Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. Now, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first reading giveaway we'll be doing when we reach 50K likes. I wish you a lot of luck in winning that today. I wish you a lot. We're going to be doing it. Sorry, give me a minute. We're going to be doing a drawing when we hit 50K likes. So I keep on tapping the screen. We will get to 50K. There's no about getting to luck about 50K. I wish you luck when we do the drawing. Okay. We're also doing a giveaway today. I wish you luck on this one. We're doing a reading giveaway. We're giving a free reading to the highest gifter. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway today. But first and foremost, how are you guys feeling right now? If you're feeling irritable, if you're feeling frustrated at yourself, if you're feeling like, you're not feeling your best, if you're feeling like you've got a really distorted picture, like vision of yourself right now, if it feels like everything is being viewed in like a harsh light, reminder, welcome to the Venus retrograde cycle. Welcome to the Venus retrograde cycle as we're moving towards a Virgo full moon. We've got to hold all of the lessons right now, okay? All of the lessons are being facilitated and worked upon in relationality to finding and maintaining that balance of self. It's not easy right now. And if you're feeling more triggered, if you're feeling more temperamental than you typically would be, if it feels like things that would just slide by you like silk, you're getting caught up upon, you're finding yourself like having that tendency right now to hyper fixate on things, like a lot of that kind of energy. I just want to stress to you, okay? It's the vibe, right? We've got, and we're going to walk through this, okay? Because we had, and I just want to give you a picture of what we've been seeing for pretty much the entirety of this year. There has been an overabundance of Piscean energy, right? It's wet. It's working in the space of the emotions, right? It's feeling nostalgic. It's feeling a lot of that emotional unpacking. And during that entire period, okay, during that entire period that we had all of that Piscean energy, where was Mars? Mars was nowhere to be found. Mars was in retrograde, right? So it was a lot of that, like working in the space of sentiment and again, if you felt like you didn't have a lot of motivation, like the last few months, it could potentially do with the fact that we had Mars in a space of detriment, just wasn't here. And Mars is a lot of that motivation energy that we experience. At almost exactly the same time that Mars stationed direct, all of the planets started progressing out of Pisces into Aries. Aries is Mars. So I just want you to imagine, if you will, that we went entirely from the space for like months and months, just wallowing in the emotions. I mean, not necessarily wallowing, right? But swimming, right? Like, I said wallowing because I'm a fire sign. like working through the emotions, like parsing them through, like observing them, right? And now suddenly everything has gone from being like overly wet to overly dry, right? Like it's like everything was like very damp to now everything is pushed up into Aries. Everything is feeling like kindling. Everything is feeling like it's creating that sense of just wanting to get like, it's like, and so it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing so long as you're good at like you're good at like I want to say like self-regulating. Okay, like if you're good at self-regulating right now, then it's going to be so it's going to be a little bit easier. But even for those who are good at self-regulating, it may feel like it's hard to like that rudder. Like it's hard to move. It's like it's taking a lot of intention, it's taking a lot of effort, right? I keep on seeing, be very careful right now about not putting like I can see like a lot of that space of accidentally like being clumsy in terms of putting too much force into things, right? So be mindful of that as well. And at the same time that that's happening, okay, for those who might not be experiencing this or being as self-reflective, what happens when we're feeling a difficulty in self-regulating and we don't know ourselves well, it can create these spaces where it feels like, we just, it's a lot of that. I mean, the best way to describe it is and no and like I adore Aries energy. Like no offense. But here's the thing, I know Aries energy is saying like no. Aries energy knows that they're a lot. Like, you know what I mean? A good Aries energy always says like the first thing Aries come here to do is work on patience and regulation. So I know I'm not like offending Aries when I say this because Aries are like, no, it's true, I am a lot. But that ability of doing so, it's very difficult because if you're not in that space, you might be feeling you're either feeling the sense that you're experiencing a lot of that desire to be provoked and you're regulating against it, but at the same time you're feeling the energy of those that aren't as good at controlling that feeling, right? So it's a lot right now. And then again, and this is like and again, and like to just add to this because that's not enough right now. We've got it, and this is why if you're like, I know it's the fact that we've had these Venus retrograde cycles before. They're usually not that big a deal. Like the joke about it is usually like, we tell people don't get like don't get a haircut and everything's fine. But the thing about and it ends because what often happens with the Venus and retrograde cycles is they create the distortion of the self. It's not, I keep on saying, it's not the fact that your hairdresser stops learning how to cut hair. It's that you're looking at things and you're not seeing them. Like everything looks kind of ugly, right? Like everything looks kind of ugly when we're in Venus and retrograde cycles. And the reason that there's like a lot of tension right now in this Venus and retrograde cycle is we've got the Venus and retrograde cycle, which is like the base note, right? Is going, everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. And then what do we have the Virgo full moon saying? And this is the thing with Virgo energy. Virgo energy is beautiful in the space of holding standards, in the space of defining the self, in the space of having the vision of perfection with clarity, like in the mind's eye, like in the mind's eye. But often Virgos have to come here to understand and work through the lessons that same ability to see something perfect becomes a blockage. Understanding that perfection is not a destination, it's a cardinal direction, right? We never find perfection on the map. It is always something that feels like it's out of our grasp. So I want you to imagine this right now, like a music score. Okay. I want you to imagine the fact that you got the Venus, like you've got the Venus energy that's going, everything's ugly. Everything's ugly. Everything's ugly. And now here comes that really high note of the Virgo energy that says, everything must be perfect. Everything must be perfect. Everything must be perfect. So you've got everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. And then the Venus, and you got the Virgo pitch, that high pitch frequency of the moon, of the Virgo moon going, everything must be perfect. Everything must be perfect. And then we've got the eclipse energy that is taking that and it's raising the volume on it. Every step that we get closer to this Venus to this lunar eclipse that is happening at the same time as right afterwards at Mercury is going retrograde. Okay, so it's a lot of that. It's a lot of intensity, and that's why if you're feeling this right now, if you're feeling that sense of pressure, right, I want you to remind yourself you are not that force. You are experiencing that, right? Allowing oneself. How do we navigate when we start feeling that intensity? we allow that, I would typically not say this, but I keep on hearing, and there's something about this where like Aquarian energy will help us here, which is again, and this is why everything is a gift. Like a little bit of an ability to disassociate right now might be helpful, but I need to stress this: it's not disassociation, right? It's not the sense of disassociation. It's being able to recognize what one feels versus what one is experiencing, what is within the self, right? Versus what is outside of the self. And that's why I was telling you guys before we came into this month, make sure that you have something that you're able to find within the self that acts as an anchor, right? Something that reorients the self, right? Because when we start experiencing modalities like this, where it feels like a lot of that, like, you know, it's like that under pressure energy starts like feel like setting on, it's very easy to want to take on that burden, right? Or, and this is the difficulty, this is the indulgence of this energy right now. It becomes far too easy to want to take on all of the feeling that it's happening to you, that space of wallowing, like, why is this happening to me, right? Or that modality of wanting to push it on someone else. Why are you doing this, right? But when we're coming from a space, and so it's a lot of this, and I told you, because Aries has so many planets in their house, it feels very overcrowding crowded. So it creates a lot of that feeling of wanting to push and shove, right? But this is why when we feel a lot of that intensity, instead of reacting to it, we slow down, right? We think, we use that moment to ground, right? Often we can see with clarity, right? But it's a little, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to feel a little confusing. And, and I need to stress this too right now. For those with Pisces energy, I think this might be even more difficult right now. Because if you have a lot of Pisces placements right now, and it feels like a lot of abandonment wounds are opening up, I believe that a reason that we're seeing that this is occurring is because you have to imagine that for Pisces, all of these planets were just sitting all pretty in your house for the last few months. And now they're moving into Aries. So it can literally feel like it's triggering like an abandonment wound for those who have a lot of Pisces placements. So I'm going to say this doubly for those with Piscean energy right now, right? Like make sure that you're finding those spaces of being able to find that like energetic anchor. And like this is what we talk about with meditation. An energetic anchor is whatever feels like it brings you back to yourself. And that's why, we talk a lot about here that having a clear understanding of the self during moments like this is helpful because I like to describe it. It's like, you know, I want you to think a little bit about like this Venus retrograde, almost like you're like walking through like a house of distorted mirrors, right? Like when you're moving through it, it's like everything looks like, it's like everything looks worse than it is, but that ability, and this is why we find like a house of mirrors fun, right? Because when we're moving through a house of mirrors and we know what we look like, you know what I mean? Like when we know what we look like, then we can almost like we can navigate it with a little bit more levity, right? We can navigate it with a space that it doesn't necessarily trigger us, but we can observe the moments of being triggered that help us appreciate and see ourselves more clearly. But it's hard right now, right? It's difficult. And then I'm gonna keep on calling it, like I keep on describing this right now. It's like energy that like wants everything to be black and white, right? Especially with Jupiter and Gemini. It's all like harsh light. It's all like this or that, right? And that's why when we start feeling like that and we're navigating from a place of compassion, like that compassion, and that's why I think to a certain extent, the beauty and power of the fact that right before we entered this period, we had a full moon in Leo. I keep on describing the fact that the full moon in Leo was a little bit of a dress rehearsal for how helping us understand the key to navigating this type of energy. Because when everything around us feels like it's judging us, or when we feel like we're judging ourselves harshly, that offers the opportunity to begin to heal the inner child, right? Which is like the introspection on what perfect is or what the need for it is, right? Because sometimes when another is holding that sense of perfection outside of ourselves, it feels like we're disappointing all of us, all of those around us, right? It creates that sense of feeling like we're never enough. Similarly, when we hold ourselves to too high an energetic standard, something that is unattainable and unreachable, even as we're moving through successes, we're hard on ourselves. Like we don't give ourselves a chance to breathe. So that ability of bringing like intentional space, like this is that hard work of putting the love in the places where it feels like it's so difficult to put it, right? Because it's in that space that we see, like we see those, like that ugliness. And instead of navigating the ugliness and creating more of it by feeling getting hard on ourselves, if we meet it with a sense of compassion, right? If we meet it with a sense of understanding, this is what allows us to kind of understand and fortify ourselves in energy like this. Because I'll tell you right now, all of this dry energy, the same force that wants to make you feel like you want to judge yourself harshly is also the energy of incubation, right? Like what do we experience when we see, like, and I tell you, like the thing with it, and this is the thing, Aries is like Pisces is wet, Aries is really dry, right? So when we feel that moment, right? We have that moment, and I want you to think of it about, like, to a certain extent, like the idea or the perception that Pisces energy is very much like birth energy, right? We've got a lot of that wetness of birth, if you will. And then, we've got a lot of that Aries energy that becomes the incubation period, right? Something that continues to grow. So that ability of doing so, and that's why I keep on saying this is a type of energy right now, seeing like the last few months, a lot of feelings that may be coming up, right? A lot of feelings that are hard to process because there's too much Pisces energy, not being able to put things in boxes, right? And then instead of getting hard on the self, right? This is like kind of the energy that allows for that ability to innovate, right? To form ideas, to form concepts. And that's why I keep on saying, though, and this is the one point of caution we always need to have. There's a big but here in relationality to eclipse energy. Because when we're in going through eclipse cycles, it's not that you can't do something, but that you have to kind of regulate that to make sure that you're not moving off of one's own alignment point, right? Because I always like to point out, and that's why I keep on saying every time you guys every time you guys come across me and it's during an eclipse cycle, you'll hear me say the same thing, which is if you get an idea right now during eclipse season, right? And it's something that has not been in your head before, sit on it for a minute. Okay? Like sit on it for a minute. Because here's the thing, how do you tell the difference between a good egg and a bad egg? Right? You sit on it. You give it a minute. If it's a good idea now, it's a good idea in 5 minutes, right? Because that ability and I'll tell you, like that, the ability to recognize, like, and work through like the moment of inspiration where something comes to you versus that moment of reactivity, right? It's a difference between saying it was at that moment that I landed upon a solution versus someone saying it seemed like a good idea at the time. Okay? So I want you to think about those two different statements, okay? Because they'll help you right now. It was at that moment that an idea dawned on me versus someone saying, at that moment, it seemed like a good idea, right? And how do you navigate between recognizing between that or that? You give it a minute, okay? Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm gonna give it to you straight. I see a lot of stuff happening for energy and separation right now. There's a lot of shifting that's occurring, and I'll tell you right now because you know why? Mercury is like on top of Venus. Mercury is like on top of Venus, which is saying to me, and this is a lot of the culmination of the lessons that we've been seeing over the last few days, like over the last few weeks, in fact, with a lot of this alignment, right? We've talked a lot about the fact that, and I like one of the things that came through during those the planetary alignments, was that space of understanding and recognizing that what we identify as the energy of divine union is very much in association with the perception of sacred breath, right? It's not those moments or modalities where we come into harmony and suddenly we recognize that our patience becomes infinite. Patience is infinite. Patience is always infinite when it is met with progress, right? That is the beautiful gift that is given to us, right? When we have patience, and this is the thing, the breath of love is the patience that's met with progress, right? It's not that everything is perfect. Nothing's ever perfect. But that ability to be in alignment with one another, it's recognizing those moments that another is giving us patience, and then we meet it with that space of being able to recognize and identify how we've changed, what we've done to adapt, right? This is that it's the subtle, I keep on getting, it's like the subtle perpetual alignment that we find when we are in harmony. It's not a stagnant place. It's a place where we're constantly changing, constantly evolving, constantly adapting. And it is the breath that says patience and progress, patience and progress. And at the same time, we are seeing, and I'm going to tell you right now, with a lot of this energy of Pisces moving into Aries, I keep on hearing a lot of modalities right now where it may be feeling like another individual's patience is tested, right? Because often when we are in situations where we feel, and again, I need to stress this, and this is why it's always very important. Like one of the messages that came through, and we'll talk about this because this was the closing point that we received in yesterday's reading. You know, when we're bringing a patience to a situation, but another does not recognize that they're finding us at a point of patience, it often creates a space that we're inhabiting different realities, right? Because it's in those moments that another person thinks that we're being generous. They think that they're finding our true self, but honestly, like we're not in a space that we actually feel happy. We're actually bringing a lot of patience to something. That's why it's very important. It's like it's the work of two, right? If we're being patient for someone, we give them the gift of articulating and letting them know that this is something that we're giving them that isn't our natural state, right? So I see that that's happening in some spaces right now, because when we don't do that, what often happens is another person feels like, this is why we say like healthy partnership should not feel like we're waiting for something to happen that is not there, right? Because when we're waiting for some kind of change that is not there, we're effectively building upon the potential instead of the reality of what we're experiencing. And that's why, again, we talk about the fact that when we're in a healthy space, it's not that we're never patient, but we articulate and we make sure that we expound upon the fact that we're being patient. Like we're clear as it relates to our manifestation goals and our intentions. And that ability of doing so allows the counterpart the ability to come towards us and meet that patience with progress. So I see even now, like what's basically happening is a couple of different modalities that are happening at this time. I see in some situations, and this is why I keep on getting, it's like it's a lot of, I keep on hearing it's like a lot of it's a lot of fragmenting that's happening right now for energy and separation. And some of those modalities are ones where another person, like, and I can see someone saying, what is happening right now? Right? Because if there was a situation where one person did not realize that another was being patient, and that individual's patience has reached their culmination point, it could, like I told you, with all this Aries energy, there could be a lot of this, like this ending of patience, because that's the thing. Aries has no patience, right? Uranus and Taurus has no patience. So it's that feeling of something like running out of something. So I see some energy that's in a space of surprise or confusion because they did not get the notification from another that another was being patient for them, right? So they're healing from the trauma of that. In other situations, I see that someone has been articulating, like to others, about the fact that, like to a counterpart, about the fact that they're being patient. And it feels like that patience has not met progress. And so, again, those moments or modalities when we finally feel that point of culmination where we cannot be patient any longer, this can often sometimes lead to a massive fracturing point, because it's that moment that we say that our patience, like once our patience has feels like we've articulated to another the fact that our patience is being tested, and then we run out of it. Like I see a lot of energy that says, like, feels that sense of finalitude around something. I'm also seeing at the same time a lot of new energetic connections that are forming. I see a lot of new energetic connections that are forming in the realm of being able to try to explain to another the conditions and circumstances by which you had to move away from something, potentially even in the realm of working through that difficulty in saying to another that like that change. You don't, I can see energy trying to explain to another and say, I didn't just move away from something, but and someone repeats saying, like, you don't have to say it, I know exactly what you're talking about, and almost finishing another sentences. Those moments that we feel like we're trying to communicate something that's hard to put into words, and another comes forward and is able to help us see it with more clarity. That's the thing about it. And I keep on seeing, and the one thing that is helpful here, and but also a little triggering, is the fact that Aries and Virgo have one unifying principle that bind them together, which is, look at an Aries and Virgo and you say feelings have nothing to do with it. And they'll high five. Like, they'll be like, yeah, feelings have nothing to do with it, because it's a fact. The reason that Aries and Virgo feel like that about feelings is because Aries and Virgos are fixers. And the very Aries and Virgos come towards this experience with the understanding that feelings don't fix things. Fixing things fixes things, right? So we see that there's a lot of that. There's a lot of this energy here, right? And I keep on seeing, if there's been something that has been dwelling in the space of talking about emotions, but without having progress about it, that's why I see a lot of energy kind of going dry on that. Because I'm telling you, it's dry energy being like, it's not right. It's like the feelings, and we talked about it. It feels like chariot energy, because it's a lot of those like, that's what Aries and Virgo happen when Aries and Virgo combine. It feels like it becomes very much like chariot energy, because it's a space that says feelings are fine so long as they get us somewhere, right? Like, so long as they're moving in a direction. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, there's a lot of conversations that are opening up or closing upon the space of saying, what are the directions? Like, what are the directions? What are the directions? Now, for a lot of this energy coming into divine union right now, this is heavy as well, because I just keep on seeing that it feels like something, like having like something that one felt nostalgia for, it may be feeling like a lot more. I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is feeling like a raised perspective, right? This is often what we talk about, because somehow we saw, especially over the last few months, we talked about the fact that a lot of the partnerships, all of the partnerships that are forming now, are Virgo partnerships, right? And what's nice about it is they're going to be, I keep on hearing, it's going to be powerhouse energy, right? It's a lot of this, there's nothing we cannot do, right? Like, and I need to point out the energy that we were experiencing, the partnerships that were coming through during the Aries retrograde were warrior energies, right? There's nothing that we can't face, right? The energies that are creating right now are Virgo energies, because they're saying there's nothing that we can't fix, right? So we're seeing that shift between the Aries partnerships to say there's nothing that we can't face, bring it on, versus the Virgo partnerships to say there's nothing that we can't fix, so long as we mutually agree upon where the work is, right? So we got a lot of that energy here. Now, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union at this time, that was the warrior partnerships that we saw. A lot of the energy coming into divine union is I keep on seeing they've gotten to a higher ground. Like, we talk about the fact that the relationship sometimes raises our perspective. So the energy is on a higher ground, so they can see something from their past with more clarity. And that is why we see, if these are the energies that feel like they have apologies to give, or apologies that are given, they're not running around trying to give them out, right? Because this is the energy that's working through. I keep on seeing a lot of heart opening or heart chakra exercises right now, which is a space of understanding that when we open our heart to another, it's not just about what's healing, isn't just what feels good. It's about how another will receive it, right? That's why sometimes you get in conversations with someone and you open up to them, and it's like you leave a situation, you go, I'm glad I got that off my chest, and another person looks wounded in the process, right? Healthy spiritual journeys are about the discernment in terms of not just what feels good, but what creates good. Feels good is good. So there's a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now that's learning and working through the lesson of feels good is good. And that's why there's some are experiencing finding wounds in places that they did not know they were wounded. Because in those moments, right, when we feel like we have an apology that we now recognize that we wish to see or give to another, but then we don't want to express or cause more pain in the moment that we do so. This is, I keep on hearing, the energy that is putting the apology on the sacred altar of the self, right? Utilizing discernment and discretion as to what feels like it would hurt versus what feels like it would heal, right? A lot of work in the space of Chiron right now. Now, and a lot of that, it's difficult because I see it's like I keep on hearing it's like suddenly it's like it's a lot of that hypersensitivity, but it's beautiful because it feels like the energy of someone utilizing like working through the Virgo lessons of the power of discernment. Now, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this is this is some very like I want to say it feels like a lot of intense stuff because what like we're basically saying for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now is it feels a lot. I'm still trying to like parse it out. It's like all Aries energy, right? Like I'm seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. It keep on getting the message that the energy deep within divine union is working in the space of Aries and Saturn, right? Why do we see that there's so much energy deep within divine union working in the space of Aries and Saturn? Because there's a lot. I'm not surprised to see this too, because Saturn, Neptune is about to cross into Aries. Saturn is moving up there as well. But it's that identification of the fact, and again, the Virgo force of saying that time is precious, right? Like that is the energy of preciousness. And it's interesting because you'll recognize that Aries, we talk about the fact that Aries often says patience is precious, right? Because Aries arrives with no patience. They have to learn how to create it. A lot of this work that we see is understanding that when we create patience, time becomes valuable, right? It's like looking at again, it's a lot of that viewing time from the perspective of Aries, which says that it is like the time that we give is the most precious of substances because they don't have a lot of it. They don't have a lot of ability to hold it. So that's why we see that there's a lot of work that I'm seeing for energy deep within divine union, potentially trying to find efficiencies, right? Trying to find ways of doing things with more effect, like with more efficiency, potentially even seeing how one can like move work into a space of like I keep on seeing new plans, new processes, inventiveness, because that ability of trying to take something and do it in a shorter period of time is allowing more to get done, right? That is where we find all of the energy prior to getting today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but let me know how you're doing today. Let me know how you're experiencing this energy. Let me know how you're finding like what are you doing to find that energetic anchor right now. Hi there. How you doing today, Sally? Welcome. How are you doing, Junio? Thank you so much for those likes. And thank you as well, Tuesday. Hi there, Mark. Hello there, May. Welcome, Court. Hi there, Rory. Thank you for the likes as well. Good to see you. Hi there, Bridget. How are you doing today? Thank you again, Rory, for the likes, and welcome, Natalie. Thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Chief. Sending love to all who are here, family and friends, right back to you. I'm sending you so many blessings. I'm hoping you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Thanks, sending the love and the gift of breath of life to all here, friends and family and friends. So welcome and sent right back to you, dear. Thank you. Yes, everything is ugly. Hide all the mirrors. I know. It's here's I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just tell you right now, right? It's not the fact that it's like I don't even want to say it's everything looks worse than it is because it's not that things aren't great, right? I don't want to diminish it, but you have to recognize that Venus in retrograde cycles, they do distort perception. So that's why it's really important right now to bring a level or degree of calibration to that, right? It's like you have to maintain perspective right now, right? And you could be feeling like you're not like for those who aren't experiencing this energy at a point of like finding that internal anchor, it might be feeling like helping others ground through it as well. Alexandra, thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising, Haley, thank you so much for the compliment, dear. And thank you, Jessica, for the follow. Oh, you just followed me over on the place with the photos. Thank you so much, Haley. I appreciate it. And guys, if you're going to follow me across the platforms, I would deeply encourage you to make sure that you do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Only because, I mean, let's just be honest. I've got a lot of I know I'm not the only person that has this issue. I've got a lot of accounts that try to pretend to be me. So the safest way to make sure that you're actually following me across those platforms is if you do so via my tree that has Binks in it. And thank you, Rosario, for the follow. Thank you for those gifts, positive. Grand Rising, Fatih. Rahman, I hope your heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Beautiful day to you as well, Purr. Hi there, Luzo. You just signed up for Tarot Church. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you so much, dear. I look forward to seeing you at our next class. And just a reminder for those who are interested in joining our next tarot class, it will be held on Wednesday, March 19th at 6 p.m. It's next week, 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our journey and studies into the tarot with a focus on the Justice card. Now, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over and become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live class next week. It will also grant you access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to do my best to give a recap on everything we've studied thus far in each of our classes, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are studying or have previously studied. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. You will also have the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on these journeys. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would strongly encourage you to follow me there, because not only do we post the podcast there, where you'll also see each day's full photo of today's spread, but you'll also be able to receive our weekly newsletter, which will let you know about our in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to giveaway information and speak. And so also I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal journey goals and spiritual path work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. Those can be purchased per dream or as a package. I do ask that if you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming through across the dream space. All right. Hi there, and Naina, thank you so much for those gifts, dear. And Bella, good to see you as well. All right. Hi there, you're so welcome. You're so welcome, not from Nola. Great username, dear. Hi there. I'm geeking out right now. Oh, I love it. I love geeking out. So you're in the right place. Really connecting with the time. Really connecting with the time is precious energy. Yeah, here's the thing with it, Nana. It's like and I think it's a lot. I'm telling you, I feel like it has to do it has to do with the fact that Aries, and I gotta tell you right now, and this is the one joiner that we're seeing between the Aries energy that we're experiencing planetary right now in Virgo, which is just the fact that like Aries and Virgo often work through the space of the preciousness of time. They have a very similar perspective to time in that way, right? It's like the most precious of substances. And for Virgo, it's like Virgo just wants to be in the space of perfecting time, right? Being able to use the time in the most perfect way. Aries just doesn't have a lot of patience for things. So it's like Aries just wants to get a lot done because they don't like being patient. So that's what I mean. Like if you're feeling like your patience is, and like I gotta tell you, the thing with Uranus, I keep on saying Uranus and Taurus is like itchy tag energy, right? So we've got like that sense where everything's bothering us, right? And at the same time, and Aries is just like you don't like they're like everybody's time, like patience on things is just like it's gone. Um, and I also need to stress, and I've been saying this, if you are one, and not like this will also add to like everyone's irritability. If you have issues with your spine or your head right now, this could feel amplified with this eclipse energy because here's the thing, Virgo is like a lot of the spine energy, right? And then Aries, there's too many planets in Aries right now. So if you're feeling a lot of pressure in your head, that could be why too. Hi there, Queen. I have been learning to prioritize rest and meditation instead of being hypervigilant. Quinn, I got to tell you, that's some of the best stuff you could be doing right now, right? Because this type of energy, it really is like it's a lot of that. Like, who's there? Like, you know what I mean? It's a lot of that, right? So just like it's like self-soothing right now, right? Like working through that, like letting yourself come back into the space of being able to like appreciate and honor yourself, especially during a Venus in retrograde cycle. I strongly support that right now. Super nauseous today. I think it's from all the headaches. Again sending you so much, like so much for like so much support. I also got to tell you, like Pisces, like all the planets from Pisces moving into Aries, it can create, there's no English word for this. It can create a little agita. You know what I mean? It's indigestion. You know what I mean? Like things coming back up a little bit because again, Pisces into Aries, like it's a little bit of it's I told it's like a lot of it's like a lot of here is the best way I can describe it. Right? So again, sending you support if it's bothering you in that way. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Doing great. I received a dream message. Closing cycles creates new opportunities, acting on it. That's beautiful. I'm telling you right now, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's going to be a lot happening in the dream space right now. Especially, I got to tell you, especially with Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries. Like it's going to be, it's a lot of like, it's like end of chapters, new chapter kind of energy, right? And that's why it's really important, like when we have shifts like this, not to allow the abandonment wounds to pop up, right? I'm going to tell you, and especially, especially if you got Pisces placements right now, okay? Especially if you got Pisces placements right now, I want you to take these messages with an additional layer of care because I just keep on seeing a situation with like Pisces, seeing all these planets like moving into Aries house, that feeling of comparison, like working through that, like it's like, don't, it's like, remember, it's not you, it's the planets. All right. And thank you, Pink, for the follow. Frida, no headache, but it's all over and it compressed and the spine at the moment. Yeah, that's again, if you've got issues with spine right now, like the Virgo energy, like I'm telling you right now, it's because, and it's again, it's not typically this, it's because all the planets are jammed up together, right? So it's a lot of that feeling of like, I'm telling you, like overcrowdedness or feelings of compression, right? Yeah. Yes, Bridget Ajita. Yes, computer. Yeah, it's like I mean, it's like it's more than indigestion. You know what I mean? It's hard to. I guess the best way to describe it is it's like it's indigestion, but it's also like the thing is it's a multi-use term in Italian because it can describe indigestion, but it can also describe having agita for someone like you're getting on my nerve. It's this energy is agita energy. Okay. If you understand what that means, yes, exactly. Spiritual reflux. It's like because that's what it's like you say, you're giving me agita. Like you're getting me, like you're stressing me because it's a description of understanding. Like it's the spiritual connection of saying like when someone annoys you, it bothers your indigestion too. It's like, but either way right now, Oh, agita is the perfect way to describe it. Yeah, I mean, it means agitation, right? It's agitating. It's like yeah, you're giving me, but it effectively it's like the agitation that you feel when something in the stomach is coming up. It is. It's so many different meanings. And Sarah, thank you so much for the follow. And it's funny because there isn't a good English equivalent for the word indigestion. Does not cut it. All right. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind, again, there are 2 things I do not read across the apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, just letting you guys know, if you're interested in having readings today, I do dream interpretation readings. I do life path readings. I do highest priority messages from spirit. We also do mediumship readings here, and we also love doing dream interpretation. So if you have any of those, feel free to get on the list. You will be the first person read for today. Also, just a reminder, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also doing a giveaway today for a free reading for the highest gifter. So if you are interested in winning that, I wish you a lot of luck as well. All right. And that said, what I'm going to do right now is before we get started on today's daily collective read, I am going to step away from a moment and then we're going to get started. But if you would like to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. Also, the first person that gets on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. All right. I'll be right back and we will get started. All right. Huh. Okay. All right, as I mentioned, friends, if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the first person read for. If you guys could also do me a favor and share this live right now, I would really appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today we have here the 8 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. So we're going to talk, I'm telling you guys right now, okay? Like, I wish I could say in some kind of way, shape, or form that this energy that you're experiencing right now is going to like tick back. It's not. It's gonna. It's. I mean, like there's a bit of this amplification that we are experiencing right now. And I need to tell you right now, the thing about this energy is it is the type of energy that is like literally it's like the perfect ability to let something feel like it is like it's the ability to almost like let something be blown out of proportion, right? That's what we need to like navigate against, okay? Because I'm gonna work, I'm gonna walk you guys through this. And I was just describing this before we started the podcast, okay? If you're feeling a lot of that pressure right now, if you're feeling a lot of that intensity, if you're feeling like you're coming down really hard on the self right now, I'm going to just re-articulate this. Like I want you to think about like if I could describe this energy that we're feeling right now in a way that could be heard, it's like I want you to think about the fact that we've got that Venus in retrograde, okay? So like imagine you got a piano and like someone's just banging on those low notes of the piano. And what are the low notes of the piano saying over and over and over again? They're saying everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. Everything is ugly. Now, I want you to think about the fact that the Virgo energy, right? So there's that Venus energy with his hands in the dirt, like slamming down on the ground, right? And now we've got that Virgo energy, which is very high. It's like high pitched energy. It's like it's very much about fine tuning, right? That's what like Virgo energy does. It's a lot of that fine tuning energy, right? And so we got a lot of that work in terms of, again, the Virgo full moons are beautiful as it relates to building and setting intentions, as it relates to new routines and new practices, right? New rules for the self, right? But with the amplification of the eclipse energy, it's like it feels like it can almost feel like it's like getting really loud. And what is that energy saying? Everything must be perfect. Everything must be perfect. Everything must be perfect. So we've got these two chords happening, right? We've got that heavy bit, got that heavy in energy of Venus going, everything is ugly, everything is ugly, everything is ugly, and then everything must be perfect, everything must be perfect, and so they're going back and forth, and then we've got the eclipse energy that's just making everything get louder and louder and louder and louder. So if you're feeling this, if you're feeling this right now, you're not the only one, okay? And it's not you. It's not you. And it's not them, right? Because it's a type of energy that's like it's either that energy, it's like, and again, if you're handling it well right now, you're probably in a space of going, what the heck has gotten into everybody? Right? Because it's very triggering. It feels like there's a lot of pressure and intensity combined with a lot of feelings of pressure to perform, right? So, I want you to bring it into, I want you to bring into a space. And this is why I keep on saying the way I want you to think about this is I don't want you to think about it, right? From the place of feeling energetic pressure. I want you to think about it like incubation, right? I want you to think about it a lot like and that's the thing about it, the energy that we're experiencing with all of that Aries energy, it's dry, right? It's a dry energy, and it is hot, and that ability of being able to kind of work in the space of recognizing and identifying, and that's why I said, as it relates to like to setting intentions right now, like building those plans and path work, right? Aligning and recognizing what one wants to change. Absolutely beautiful energy, right? I see a lot of things that are starting right now, but and that's why I say it's really important not to allow oneself to um, like not allowing oneself to feel that like there's a lot of that idea or that space of feeling that anxiety of crumbling under pressure. I want you to think Like, I want you to think diamonds, not eggs. You know, I want you to think about, and this is how, and this is the other thing we have to be conscientious of right now. Okay. It's not that you can't do something during eclipse cycles, but the thing with eclipse cycles is you have to be really conscientious about harebrained ideas, right? There's a lot of that ability of coming into a space of building into, like something that one can innovate upon, one like something that one wants to change. But at the same time, often the eclipse cycles help us regulate and understand what feels like, I keep on saying, good eggs versus bad eggs, good ideas versus bad ideas. Right? And how do we figure out the difference between a good idea, right? Like, it was at that moment I landed upon it, versus someone that says it felt like a good idea at the time. We give it a moment, right? If it's a good idea, it doesn't need to be acted upon in the moment that one experiences it, right? That's how we kind of regulate through something. It's that moment that we understand and fortify, like what feels like it's based upon our intention, versus something that we feel just because of the amplification of energy. So I want you to think of all of this. I want you to think about, and again, I want you to focus right now on what anchors you, right? Don't allow some of this funhouse mirror energy to get to you, right? Because when we understand ourselves, when we see ourselves clearly, and we feel like we start experiencing those proportions where we feel like we're looking at something out of proportion, or we feel like another is doing so, we can bring that gift of clarity to one another, right? And this is having a big impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles right now. Now, for masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, a lot of this work that we're recognizing and identifying, I keep on seeing it's helping figure out directions. That's what the energy in separation is doing right now, figuring out coordinates, figuring out directions. Why is the energy figuring out directions right now? Because we saw, right? And we keep on seeing this, and this is what's happening with all of this energy, all this Piscean energy that's moving up into Aries, right? And the thing about it, and this is why, I got to tell you right now, Aries and Virgo share the same quality and characteristic, and saying to one each other, feelings have nothing to do with it, right? Why do Aries and Virgo say feelings have nothing to do with it? Because Aries and Virgo both feel intuitively, right, that feelings are useful only in that they are helpful. This is often why you notice. Have you ever noticed? You ever met an Aries or Virgo? They're not big sharers as it relates to what's going on. Like, it drives those around them crazy, right? Because Aries and Virgos feel deeply in their heart that ability to expound upon an emotion, they're not going to do so unless they feel like it's for a reason, right? That's why it's so hard to get Virgo or Aries energy to open up about something. Because if Aries and Virgo energies feel that something that they feel is not helpful, they will repress it. They will try to repress it. They will be like, no, it doesn't matter how I feel, right? But that's why, and that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy right now, that movement of like a lot of the work that we're seeing between the Pisces moving into Aries, it feels like chariot energy, right? Because understanding that when we feel the alignment of ourselves, and we modulate and regulate that with the ability of understanding, when we feel emotions, but we can act with intention through through those emotions, they become our, like, it's powerhouse energy. It allows for that space of being able to feel like something is progressing. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now that's either progressing forward or cutting things short, right? There's like coming into that space of feeling that ease and relief of how easy something can be. Or if there's a situation, and that's why I see even now, if someone's coming back to a situation without progress, right? It could feel like a lot of that moment of, like, the amplification of what feels like it's productive versus what feels like it is still, right? And here's the thing about it, and I keep hearing like there's some kind of, and I keep on hearing, like, that's why I see even in separation there are several different modalities that are happening, right? This is why if like someone's coming towards someone right now and saying like, I still have feelings for you. I can see a lot of conversations of another saying, I'm really happy that you recognize that, but feelings were never the problem. Right? Like it's not about the lack of feelings that was causing a problem. It's the fact that when we're not healed, when we feel something, right? Like how another experiences those feelings is the difference between what feels like it's progressive versus what feels like it's stagnant. And we're also seeing here that there's something very heavy that's coming through in the recognition that a true apology is a plan, right? The gift that we give one another when we're truly in a space of wanting to transform something isn't just saying sorry about the circumstance or situation that something is in, but talking about what one hopes to see within it, right? So I keep on seeing everything I keep on hearing for the energy and separation. I see a lot of different modalities that are potentially happening, but the overarching word, and this is why I keep on calling it chariot energy right now, is the word that I hear everyone in separation saying is directions, directions, directions. Like, what are the directions? I've got feelings for you. That's great. What are the directions? I miss you. That's great. What are the directions? Like it's a lot of that space. And again, this is why a lot of the partnerships right now that I'm telling you that are forming in this energy are powerhouse energy, because this is the energy that says as long as we have directions, there's nothing that well, as long as we know, as long as we share our directions with one another, there's nothing that we cannot fix. Right? Like that's the energy that says as long as we share the directions, there's nothing that we cannot fix. I love that. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is why some of that energy is potentially discovering the difficulty of a spiritual journey, which sometimes when you're on a spiritual journey, you find wounds that you didn't know existed, right? Because I see some energy that's working in the space of navigating circumstances of saying, I would like to give an apology or receive one, but I don't want to confuse directions, right? This is the energy that understands the force and the weight of understanding. This is why it feels like I keep on getting its sacred heart energy associated to Virgo, because it's that moment that understands that when we're in true healing, we don't try to parade that healing to others, right? We don't sit down and say, oh, I just wanted to meet you to tell you how far I've come, right? Like we don't do that. We come into that space when we're truly built with the intention of healing, and we want to fortify or build a bridge back with another. We're often very conscientious about whether that bridge is something that another would willingly recede, or whether it would open a wound in the process, right? So I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is recognizing the weight of discernment, not the weight. I need to point this out, right? The weight, WEIGHT, the weight of discernment, right? The energy in separation is done waiting, right? WAIT. The energy coming into divine union is recognizing the weight of discernment, how the heft of it, how difficult it is. Because it's not just, I keep on hearing the energy go, it's not that simple, right? The energy being like, why don't you apologize to someone? Someone saying it's not that simple. Because that's the energy that says, if I come towards someone and I want to apologize or ask for an apology because it feels good, again, it's not just about feels good, it's feels good is good, right? It's not just when we're in a good space, like when we're truly trying to build in a spiritual path work, it's not just what feels good, it's feels good is good, right? It's working through the discernment of identifying what would feel good, but also recognizing whether it would be received in the same way, right? It's difficult. And that's why I keep on seeing it's requiring a lot of precision. While for masculine and that's why I would not be surprised right now if there's a lot of karmic dreams that are happening, because often when I see situations like this is where things start entering into the karmic dream space. While for masculine and feminine energy, right, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that this is energy that is deep within Saturn right now. I'm still trying to understand why. I still need to get to the bottom as to why there's so much of this energy of Saturn right now. I know this is going to sound wild, but I think it's because all of the how do I explain this? Is because all the planets are in Aries. So when there's a lot of Aries energy, it gets very Saturnine, right? It's that space of, again, Aries recognize that time is precious, right? So it's a lot of that work in trying to identify and recognize how to utilize time in the most effective way possible, right? Center card for today's spread. Aries is having a party and it's Saturn night. Yeah. Okay, one card to clarify. Yeah, especially with this Four of Cups and its reversal. Like there's a lot of work that we're seeing here. And I keep on seeing like, and the thing about it is I almost identify that for a lot of the energy, like I told you, like there's a lot of this work, and that's the thing about it. I see a lot of the energy deep within divine union trying to compress things, right? Why is the energy trying to compress things? Because with a lot of that work with the Saturn energy, it's trying to figure out how to do something with less time, right? Looking for efficiencies, looking for harmonics, right? This is often what we do when we consider our time valuable. So that's why I see a lot of that energy is like in a state of a lot of deep concentration right now as they work on focusing in terms of how to do things with minimal effort, like with a like if not minimal, like I need to stress this, not minimal effort, but they're saying the most reward, but in the way that feels like it's most effective. Now, for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, right? And it feels a lot like diamond forging. Like that's why I mean, like it's like it's like pressure. It's like I'm concentrating kind of thing. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is the energy. I keep on hearing the energy go, I'm healing, and suddenly nothing is simple. This is the energy that is recognizing, and this is the energy. I can hear the energy saying to one another, I thought that going on a spiritual journey, I thought that healing, everything would become more simple. No, everything becomes way more complicated. Right? Everything becomes way more complicated because they're utilizing discernment. They're building empathy for others, right? It's not just about what feels good for the self. It's putting a lot of that concentration and care as to not just what serves the needs of the self or even the partnership itself, but trying to build into the extension of like feeling that weight, feeling that heaviness of what they carry. And that's why I keep on getting it's Virgo lessons because Virgos often, I keep on getting it's processional energy, which is like what do you feel when you have processional energy? You recognize the gravitas of what you are carrying, the weight of it, right? So there's a lot of energy right now that is feeling the energetic weight of carrying something that has a lot of gravitas or value within the self. While for masculine and feminine in separation right now, again, and this is why I can see some energy right now, like either new doors opening or doors that are closing. Because this is, I keep on hearing directions, like someone trying to have a conversation about emotions, directions. Someone trying to ask, like say, articulate that they miss someone, directions. Where is this going, right? More Saturn lessons. I don't have like recognizing if it feels like again if there's something that is changing, progress, or if it feels very much similar, right? So there's like I keep on seeing, and this is as it relates to the fact that Jupiter's in Gemini and Aries, all this energy of Aries in like that, like all these planets in Aries house, it's that space. And like this is where Gemini and Aries like high five, which is that space of saying to a certain extent, it's not the fact that they fail at anything, it's recognizing how much work something takes, right? Gemini and Aries do not believe failure exists. They literally don't. Go ask a Gemini and Aries or Aries if they've ever failed at something. I guarantee you they'll look at you and they'll say it's not a real thing. It's like they're like they've never failed at anything. They've just decided something isn't worth the effort that it takes to get it to achieve it. Fourth and fifth card, but at the same time, that's why I see like right now these partnerships coming together right now. Just get out of the way. Like they're gonna like it's like they're on a mission. Fourth and fifth card. Fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread. Yeah, there you go. I got to tell you the bright side about this energy right now. I know it feels really dry, but I'm going to tell you right now, these energies, these partnerships that are coming together right now, they are Virgo partnerships, which means they understand the assignment. They understand the assignment, right? They're Virgo partnerships, Virgo partnerships forming during this period are, this is why, because this is the energy that they're meeting each other and they're giving each other the gift of clear directions. This is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I'm looking for, right? This is the energy that says to one another, the gift that we give, the way we give, the way we express our love is by giving clarity on where that love is going, right? So there you go. It's like, that's why I said, like, just get out of their way, man. Just get out of their way. They are fast walkers. They do not have time for it. They are fast walkers. It's like it's a lot of this, like, I don't, like, nobody, it's a lot of this, like, nobody has time for that kind of thing. Continuing, and that's the thing, because that's the vibe right now, and that's happening across all the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Cups in its reversal and our Seven of Pentacles. You notice the 8 to the 7. Oh, look at this. I gotta, yeah, because we've got 8 to 7, 8 to 7 to 4 to 3. So this is all about the retrograde, because you see how all of these cards right now are linear going down the numbers. So clarification between Eight of Cups in its reversal and Seven of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, Page of Pentacles. Ain't nobody got time for it. I told you, it's a lot of this, like, and here's the thing about it, like, I gotta tell you, like, this, all of this Aries energy, right? It's very, I mean, I want to hesitate. I want to hesitate in using this word, because I know that sometimes it's characterized as it relates to, like, like, it's, it feels very, it's like, it feels like very manic, but I don't mean that in the space of speaking towards mental health. I'm going to stress that here. I'm not in any way, shape, or form articulating that in relationality to connection to anything in that way. I mean, it feels very like, it feels very much like not enough time, trying to rush through things, like trying to, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. Like, it's a lot of that I'm late kind of energy, right? So, like, and that's why I keep on seeing that. That's why these partnerships right now, there's like a lot of excitement there, right? There's a lot of activation, there's a lot of activity, because the energy itself, I can almost see they're in that space of, um like, I keep on seeing, um they're the type of partnerships that are very ambitious. They're very driven, but they're very ambitious because they're bringing to each other the excitement of sharing goals, right? Like, it's like the energy that feels the excitement of saying, together we can do something in half the time, right? It's a lot of that type of energy, and that's why I see that for a lot of those partnerships that are forming right now, I keep on hearing, it's about time. Like, that's why they're saying it's about time, because they're either experiencing a breakthrough where it feels like someone's on the same page as them, or they're saying it's about time because the energy, the new connections that are forming are focusing a lot about the gift of building in partnership, is not feeling like you're in partnership with, like, it's building in a partnership with someone that values that time is a gift that we give one another, right? While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy that is coming into divine union right now, um, focusing and recognizing, like, and this is why I keep on hearing, this is like, it feels like, this is actually, I gotta tell you right now, um, it feels like the pressure right now is coming through for a lot of the energy coming to divine union, right? Because I keep on, and I need to stress this. I can see there's like almost a level of energetic somberness that's entering some of these partnerships. But I need to stress, do you understand? This is not the sobriety. This is not like the sobriety of regretting being in union. That's not what's happening here, right? The somberness is sacred because they're recognizing the gravitas of being able to see something that one couldn't see before, right? Like, this is the energy that's like I can see this. This is like energy going deep into contemplation of the self. It's like the thinking man, because this is the energy that's suddenly seeing something that they could not recognize, and now it's like it's creating that sense of trying to understand what one does with it, right? How one carries it. So there's a lot of that. Like, I want to say that for the energy right now coming into divine union, this may be feeling like a lot of that pressure, right? Now, for masculine and feminine deep within divine union right now, this is, I want to say, like, this is giving me very much similar to the energy that we see as it relates to, like, I keep on hearing it's very much the same thing. It's not about excitement. It's about concentration, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, the energy in separation is in a space of excitement. The energy coming into divine union right now is in a space of contemplation. And the energy deep within divine union right now is in a state of compression, right? So, and that's all of the, like, that's the Aries that's like having a different impact depending on where you find yourself. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Pentacles in combination with our Four of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with Ace of Wands, right? Like, I gotta say, like, like, I keep on stressing. There's something profoundly, it's very interesting because it's giving me a lot of connection. This energy right now feels like it bears a lot of connection to, I think I've been speaking about this, like the myth of Athena, right? So what is the myth of Athena? The myth of Athena is that the Athena burst from Zeus's head, right? Like, Zeus was having a terrible headache, right? And he got so annoyed at it that he asked someone to, like, open his head up, right? And when he did, whoop, out came Athena. And the thing about that, the reason that myth comes through is because, remember how we're talking about that space, about the fact that this energy is great for creating ideas, right? Because often, and we talk about, like, that myth is an allegory for the idea, like how we sometimes feel at our wits end before we have a new idea, right? It's those moments that we're like, ugh, like we're about to, like, we're like, we feel like we're like about to, like, it's like you want to, like, you want to flip the board, right? You want to, like, and then suddenly, like, at that moment, you're like, oh, wait, right? Like, it's like bing, it's like the light bulb, right? It's like that space of something that comes to you in that moment. And it's a lesson about not allowing ourselves to just be reactive about what we feel. It's about understanding and trying to find easement, right? Because you got to think about this. Um, like, Zeus was the god of thunder. If Zeus was just going around in a bad mood and had all that head pressure, it would have, like it would have been sheer chaos. But instead, like, what it like they you tried to find a way to release that pressure, right? So when we focus on being solutions oriented instead of problem driven, right? Like, if we focus, if like Zeus was in that space where all he did was complain about his headache, we would not have Athena. But again, it's because Zeus was feeling something and he asked someone to do something, right? Something that he knew he could not do, right? He asked someone, he was like, he had an idea to help alleviate something that was bothering him. And boom, right? Something new appears in the wake of it. So it's a lot of that space of understanding what the gift is if we don't allow ourselves to crumble under the weight of our own frustration, right? It's a lot of that type of it's a lot of that type of work right now. And I know it's hard. I know that's why I said, even now, if you're having ideas right now, it's just not about, like, doing something too quickly, right? It's understanding and giving yourself the understanding as to the reasons why, right? Because I'll tell you right now, the thing with these eclipse energies is it's great for building into the process of something new. But at the same time, we have to regulate between, and this is what's difficult with eclipse cycles, something what we want to do that isn't actually helpful, but that would just alleviate pressure, right? Versus something that we feel would actually be helpful and beneficial and create something, like, incredible in the process, right? And so that's, like, a lot of that space of understanding and recognizing that we're able to ascertain the difference between bad ideas and good ideas as it relates to understanding why, right? It's a lot of that type of work. Continuing to get clarification between our like Four of Cups in its reversal and our Three of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? I already know where this is going. Yeah, right. I got to tell you right now, there's a lot of conversation here that we're seeing that happens about the fact that when we project outwards or we overly internalize, when we're feeling frustration, we block our own blessings, right? That when we come into the space of wallowing or blaming, it doesn't create a place for us to think about a solution to something, right? Like we talked a lot about this. Um, it's like that space that you know how to explain this best. The same we've talked a lot about the fact that the same force that wants to blame others, right? Like is the same exact energy that wants to overblame the self. Because what happens in those moments that we say that we get into the space, blame does not fix anything, right? Blame gives a reason why something is the way that it is. So when we start blaming, we are problem oriented, right? When I say, oh, well, it's their fault that something's like that, what I'm really saying is it's not my fault, right? When I say, oh, it's like I'm the worst, well, then I'm saying, yeah, I'm the worst. I'm sorry. Nothing can be changed, right? They're false. It's a false perception because it really says there's nothing that can be done, right? And when we're working towards manifestation goals, remembering that the difference between a manifestation goal is a wish. The difference between a manifestation is a wish and a wish is a manifestation, you got your hands in it. You're doing something. You're moving towards it. You're not waiting on it, you know? You're not like looking at it being like, like a wish is like a longing. A manifestation is creating, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work, and that's why I keep on seeing that this could be leading to a lot of finalitude in some kind of in relationships. Because if someone's coming towards someone in manifestation and they're saying, I wish, like I can see a lot of the energy in separation saying wishing is for stars. Like manifestation is what we do here and now, right? We don't wish for anything. We move in accordance to what it is that we desire, right? It's not about wishing, it's about doing, right? I can see this energy like in that space, right? And that's why I keep on hearing like a lot of this work, um, and that's why I keep on hearing too, like it almost feels to me that, and that's the thing, like a lot of that force that we talked about in relationality to understanding directions has to do with the fact that there's so many of these planets right now without that clarity. It's like the work of kind of building upon or recognizing what that looks like working in that space. It's not easy, right? It's frustrating, but again, the force that is able to articulate and build upon in that way, like I see that at the same time there's a lot of productivity that's occurring as it relates to recognizing and identifying the directions that one is moving forward with. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Wands in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Cups in its upright. Now, on top of all of this right now, and I'm just gonna stress this again. So, you know, I keep on seeing that one of the big challenges across all of the frequencies right now is navigating that feeling of overwhelm, right? Never having enough time, never feeling like one can get enough done, never feeling like one is the best that one can be. And I need to stress to you the reason that you're feeling this right now is because there's a lot of work right now that we're navigating as it relates to a lot of the lessons that Virgo come here to learn. And then one of the things I need to stress about a lot of the work in the Virgo lesson um, is understanding, and I'll just keep on saying this: perfection cannot be found on a map. There is no perfect place. You cannot find perfect. Perfect is a cardinal direction. It is something that we move towards. It is something that we strive towards. It always feels like it escapes us because there's always a space that something can become more perfect. That's why perfect is often like when we create something, it like we talk a lot about the fact, and I did not coin this term, an artist never finishes their work. They merely abandon it. You ever seen someone create something? You're like, you've seen them, they go, everyone's giving them credit, they're going, right? Because it's always, it's like that sense or that space of seeing, like when you have that ideal in your head, it feels like you can always find a way to refine it. Working through that right now, I'm telling you right now, perfect is the blockage. Don't let perfect stand in the way of done, right? Like, you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. Our job is not to be free of flaws. Remember, why do you like when you have a precious gem? Do you like it because it's flawless? No, often those flaws, when we shine them into facets, become the beautiful irregularities that make something precious, right? Like that modality of seeing something that is energetically unique is not one that requires us to try to move into or conform to something outside the self, but building into that context of deeply appreciating and loving ourselves and those around us for the uniqueness that we bring to circumstances and situations, right? But it's hard right now because I'm telling you, a lot of this, like a lot of this energy right now between like the Venus retrograde and the Virgo full moon, the Venus retrograde that says everything is hideous, right? Including myself, and the energy of the Virgo full moon that says everything must be perfect. How do we navigate through that house of mirrors? We know what we look like, right? We let that anchor us. Continuing to get clarification between a Page of Pentacles in its reversal and Ace of Wands in its upright. There it is. Right? Yep, Magician. This is the type, I can tell you right now. This type of energy is resolution energy, right? Because what do we have? I just want to give you the example. Like, and I keep joking about this because it's like we had the new moon. We had the new moon in Pisces, right? New moon in Pisces, all the planets in Pisces. This is a mess. Not to say, listen, I'm not to say that Piscean energy is a mess, but I keep on saying it's the fact that there were a lot of fish, right? And there was a lot of fish that because there was so much of that abundance of fish, it feels like that sense that you want to throw your hands up. Like, what do you, again, remember, every time we had all the planets in Pisces, I kept on hearing the message, what are we going to do with all this fish? Like, it's a lot. It's not, there's too many feelings, too many emotions on something. It can feel confusing, right? And that's why I keep on saying, like, the combination force between the Pisces new moon into the Virgo energy is like, what are we going to do with all this fish? I'm going to join a convent, right? It's like that moment of like setting the new intention, right? It's like coming into the plan of like, what do you do with all the fish, right? This is what we do often at the beginning of the year. We're used to this energy in December. It's resolution energy. It's resolution energy. It's setting intention, right? It's building. It's like when we feel that point, we see that we're flawed. What do? We set our intentions on how to turn those flaws into facets, right? So I want you to focus on that right now. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Wands in its upright and our Two of Wands in its upright. A lot of wands today. A lot of wands. We've got. Oh, I was about to. You know what? I am laughing at myself because I was literally. I stopped myself from saying it. I was like, we've been getting a lot of swords. I haven't seen, and I was literally about to. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx it. And then as I did, we pulled the King of Swords in its upright. So there's a lot. Like, here's the thing. It's setting of intention. It's the energy that sets the intention, right? And so I just keep on seeing, like, let this, don't don't let this energy create that space of getting too hard on yourself, right? When we feel like when, and I want you to really think about that. I want you to think about, don't think about cracking under pressure. Think about becoming a diamond, right? Don't think about the frustration of what is wrong. Understand and recognize what it is that you can do to make something feel right, right? Because I'm telling you right now, that same force that wants to like push something away and say I'm sick of this, like, like I just don't like, it's like when we build into that context, right, it allows us, like, like, like I keep on hearing, like, focus and the path becomes clear, right? It's like those moments that we give ourselves, that we start to, like, understand what feels right for us. And that's why I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, look at these connections that are forming. Do you see these? I told you, it's like powerhouse energy. Look at these partnerships, right? Like, look, like, do you see the fact that they're both sharing the same position about, like, what are they both doing? They're both pointing. Like, the both of these energies, they're both pointing. So that's what I meant with about some of these partnerships that are coming together right now. Look at this. I just want to show you. We've got the magician, right? We've got the King of Swords, and we've got the Ace of Wands, right? So they're pointing and they're giving each other the gift of directions, right? So that's a lot of that. I told you, those are the new counterparts that are coming together right now. And I keep on hearing the energy that says it's about time, right? And the thing about it, and that's why I keep on hearing it's about time for the energy and separation. It's either the breakthrough of someone coming towards them with a plan, like with a plan, or these are new energetic connections that are coming together with like feeling the sigh of relief of energy that it feels like it's already in alignment to you, already has that plan, the sharing of plans. Simultaneously, I do see some energetic connections that are potentially connecting, like like moving into separation, but it feels like a conclusion point, the end of like a closing out of a cycle, with the energy that looks at someone and says, I think we want very different things, right? Because when someone comes towards us and they know the direction we want to go, but instead they're providing us anything but, it's often those moments that we have to read between the lines and say, I've recognized that we actually want different things. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in combination with our Seven of Cups and its upright. One card to clarify, please. There it is. We got the Chariot energy. I told you it is. It's Chariot energy. I was waiting for that card to come up, but I need to point out, I need to stress this. The reason the Chariot is in its reversal is because I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing that there's a lot of breakthroughs that are happening right now for energy across the frequencies as it relates to the difference between the emotions that feel like they provide clarity versus the emotions that feel like they just drag us down. And it has a lot to do with one of the messages that's been coming through in relationality to like universal lessons, which is again the recognition point that we've spoken about the fact that our emotions, ultimately, at the end of the day, our emotions are not each other's responsibility. Why? Because I have no control of how you feel about me, right? I might trigger something in you. You could just look at me, like you might look at me and just can't stand me. That's okay. It's not my responsibility. I mean, if there's something I'm doing that I could potentially be corrective for, right? If you bring that towards me, we can certainly talk about it. But ultimately, the reason we say that our emotions are not each other's responsibilities, because when we're in a state of love, they are gifts that we give each other, right? And that ability of doing so, there's only one emotion, right? Because every time we recognize that there's a universal lesson, there's a curvature to the lesson. There's always a quality or characteristic of exceptionalism that builds upon the next lesson. So that the curvature upon that lesson is unless it is confusion. Unless it is confusion. The only emotion that we can generate within one another that is our responsibility is confusion. Because if you approach me with confusion, what you're really saying is something that you're giving me is unclear. I require clarity. That is something that we're always available to provide another, or to try to. This is why we do the work of understanding the self. So that way, in those moments, if someone says to us, something you're doing is confusing me, we can have the gift of clarity of the self to communicate what it is that we mean, right? Let to allow that space. But, in those moments that someone comes towards us with the emotions that don't necessarily have a direction, right? That emotion that one hasn't navigated, right? When we say to each other, I've got a lot of feelings for you, and we just articulated that emotions are not one another's responsibility, right? It's a moment that we can share that, but the emotions that have plans are the emotions that have wings. It's a chariot energy, right? The gift that we give each other isn't just the expounding upon how much we feel for one another. It is being able to articulate about where we want to move those feelings into manifestation goals. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now between the difference between, I keep on seeing, and this is all that work between Pisces to Aries, someone having a surplus of something, right? Versus someone having directions, having that plan, right? The quantity versus the directions. And I keep on seeing the guides, like basically the message coming through is, don't confuse a surplus of something for directions. A lot of something isn't direction. Direction is direction, right? And like there's a lot of that space that I just keep on seeing is allowing for that sense of understanding what feels like it is progressing forward versus what feels like it is a repetitive cycle, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Magician card in its upright in combination with our King of Swords in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Boom. It's not easy to see clearly. Stinks, right? And I feel like, and here's the thing, I got to tell you, like the energy, I feel like the thing is, all that energy in Pisces that we were experiencing, um, I see a lot of energy, and we were talking a lot about this. Um, when we feel a lot of emotions, and this is why it's really important to always ask ourselves the difference between what the emotions want to see versus what we actually see, right? Because the emotions want to, I keep on hearing the emotions can romanticize anything, right? The emotions have this incredible gift of being able to romanticize anything. Pisces, like a lot of Pisces energy, like Pisces have that quality of being able to romanticize anything. But, and again, I feel like this is how Aries is helping situations right now. Because Aries is like stepping in like a big brother to all of that Pisces energy and saying, it's not about your ability to romanticize something. Was it intended to be romantic? You know what I mean? Like that's the energy. Like Aries is like everybody's big brother that wants to step in and be like, I know you can romanticize everything. The question isn't whether you can romanticize it. The question is, is someone doing something because they think it's romantic or not? Right? It's like recognizing the intent. Like it's like, that's the thing with Aries. Like Aries is a lot of this, like Aries is like bodyguard energy. Aries is like state your intention, state your business. You know what I mean? Like Aries is like, it's like it's a lot of that, like, and here's the thing about it. Like it does feel a lot like, I do feel like that. Like there's something really beautiful in the space of, I feel like there is something with all of that, the planets rallying in Aries that feels it feels very protective, right? It feels very, and that's why I'm going to tell you right now. One of the things I'm recognizing is there's a lot of work that's happening right now in healing the heart space. But it's like healing the heart space under difficult circumstances. It's like the pressure that almost allows for the heart space to open, right? It's not easy. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy right now. This is why I'm recognizing that it's having a different quality and characteristic on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For masculine, what are we seeing that's been happening in a big way? There's a lot of masculine energy that is healing through the space of identifying and recognizing that emotions are not separate from the experience of being a masculine. That masculine energy does not mean that one needs to become numb. In what context has ever been? Stoicism is not about becoming numb. Stoicism is go read any Greek tragedy. Tell me if those characters are numb. They're not. um, it's about feeling everything. It's finding it's chariot energy. Stoicism is chariot energy. It's feeling everything and then finding the strength of purpose, having the intention of knowing and seeing oneself clearly to move in accordance to it. Not because you've trained yourself not to feel, but because you've become strong enough to to move the horses of the emotions in the direction that you desire them to move, right? Like it's not about disassociating, it's about integrating. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy working in that space, like a lot of that heart expansion. This is a masculine that's like feeling very, I told you, feeling very gregarious right now, wanting to share, potentially reaching out to others, right? Building into that context. So I see that there's a lot of that energy. I keep on getting, it's like, it feels like a lot of camaraderie, right? Because like it's a bunch of planets in Aries. So it feels like there's that, like, it's like that group, it's like that desire to kind of be in that space and share that energetic journey. For feminine, how is the feminine healing the heart space? Exact opposite. Exact opposite. If this is the feminine that's healing from those contexts that made the feminine feel that in order to embody their feminine, they had to be everything to everyone, right? Give a piece of yourself here, give a piece of yourself there. What are you doing? Why aren't you giving enough of yourself, right? Boo on you. This is the energy of the feminine that works in the context of saying, the feminine says, I am not cake, right? The feminine here heals the heart space by saying, I am not cake. I don't need to give everyone a slice. That ability of doing so, this is a feminine that works in the pathwork of discernment and learning and healing by saying to themselves, it's okay to save some for me, right? It's okay to be in that space of being able to inhabit and find that comfortability. And this is the feminine that says towards those around them, never do I feel more loved than my no is honored, right? Because that is the feminine that feels the space of identifying and saying that when another honors their no, that is the feminine that feels held, because that is the feminine that says that the ability of someone coming towards them is articulating and amplifying the space that they're not just coming towards the feminine to serve an energetic need, right? It's like that, it's like facilitating upon that work that feels like it creates that space of abundance wherein the feminine can come into their authenticity. That's happening across all of the frequencies, continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords in its upright in combination with our Chariot in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our 10 of Wands in its upright. So, like, this is the thing. It's it's pressure. Okay, I'm going to tell you, if you're feeling pressure, it's because the energy is pressure. Okay, and I got to say, and I mean, we love Aries energy here. Like we're like there's no flack to any of the signs, but the thing about Aries energy is, um, I keep on seeing, uh, like, it's very important. Like, it's giving me like, the thing about it is, it's giving me like pizza party energy. Like the way I need to describe this is like when we start to feel a lot of this like amplification. You know, when someone gets so excited that it's like you're like, the excitement itself can sometimes take something over like into a space that no longer feels great. So it's like, it's working in that context of having the strength of the self to navigate in a way. I keep on seeing, if you're someone, okay, so I'm going to work through this right now. So anxiety and excitement are the same force, but it's about how we carry it, right? And the thing is, when we and we were talking a lot about this yesterday, right? And regret, um, like guilt. And we need to talk about this. Okay, so hold on, because that's where the three of swords and the 10 of like the 10 of wands comes through. All right, when we carry, like, sometimes when we look back on the past, it hurts, but that's good, right? It's called wisdom because we wince when we look at it. Something that we see that we wish we could change. That's where the wisdom gets in, right? When we hold too much regret, we stop being able to do anything, right? We get lost in the past. We feel like everything is over and everything slips through our fingers, right? When we over concentrate on the future, when we're so worried about what's going to happen, right? We become overly anxious, right? We build into that context. We're worrying about the future so much. Again, our anxiety stops us from being able to do anything. So a lot of this work that we're having right now is finding, I keep on getting, it's a lot of work in Libra. It's actually finding that balance point, right? And again, the word of the day right now is proportion, right? Everything is good in proportion. So being able to find that modality of proportion, how one carries it, right? How one changes. And again, sometimes when we feel like we're feeling something that is out of proportion, we don't give up on things. We recognize how what we have to do to adjust that. So I keep on seeing there's a lot of the healthy energy right now is not blaming others. They're not blaming themselves, right? Doing that work, right? And even again, and I don't want to listen, I don't want to say that if you're not doing this work effectively, you're not healthy, but like the work that we do in not over carrying that is the gift that we bring to the present, right? Because the gift that we bring to the present is our presence, right? When we're sitting there grieving a past, we're not honoring the present, right? Like when we look back and say everything's over, the present is like, how dare you? You know what I mean? Like the present is like, I'm standing right in front of you. like the audacity, and when we get too worried about the future, when we're looking at the future and we're just over fixated on the future that we can't do anything, again, the present just looks at us and goes, okay, I guess you're too busy. I'll be on my way, right? It's like the gift we give ourselves is finding the ability of being present in the moment, because the present in the moment is all we have. We don't know. We can't change the past. We don't know how much time we got, right? Everything that matters is this moment. So I see that again, if you're having a hard time navigating through this energy right now, I want you today, like I keep on hearing, like I didn't make this up. Like find a way to get present in the moment. Look at 5 things you can see. Like I don't know what the thing is. Like look around, ground yourself. Look at yourself and say, what can I do right now that will make me feel better? Right? Like that is also a meditative practice, right? Because again, I keep on saying, if you're the type of person that like gets in a meditative space and all you do is overthink, like you know what I mean? Like that might not be helpful right now if it doesn't feel like it's grounding you. Find like whatever grounds you in the present, whatever brings you back to yourself is energetic meditation, right? Whatever that is. Whatever that, like whatever you want it to be. Like like the guides are not picky. It's not, it's like whatever that is, like what follow, like that's what we mean by following your bliss. Find that, not do what feels good. What feels good is good. Find the thing that grounds you. Find the thing that helps you remember who you are, right? Final card for today's spread, between our of swords and it's upright and our 10 of wands and it's upright. One card to clarify, please. Yep, page of wands in its reversal. So like, it's, I gotta tell you right now, um, how do I put this best? Um, and I'm just gonna say this, like, this is my plea. This is my plea. This is my plea to all of you, because listen, I'm trying to save you a reading. Okay. Like I'm trying to save you a reading. Okay. Because this is no time for hurt feelings. This is absolutely, listen to me, please write this down somewhere. Promise me this for at least for the month of March, at least until we get out of this energetic cluster that we find ourselves in right now. Now is not the time to get all up in your feels, okay? Because I'm telling you right now, it's the difference. And the reason I'm saying this is I want you to have those moments coming out of this eclipse cycle and saying, it was at that moment that I had a breakthrough, right? Versus, oh no, what have I done? Okay. It was at that moment I had a breakthrough versus, oh no, what have I done? Right? What is the difference between it was at that moment that the solution came to me, right? Like it's just right in your hand. Oh, boop, there it is. Okay, right. When we're feeling the pressure, and then suddenly we have those moments of clarity, right? Like the ability to incubate, the ability to find a plan, the ability to set the resolution. Okay, versus feeling that pressure, being like, I know what I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? And then going, oh no, right? Like it's a lot of that, like, and again, I need to stress this. It is not the fact that you cannot do something during an eclipse cycle. But please, for the love of everything, make sure that your intention is behind what you're putting those activations upon, right? Because I'm telling you right now, if you're doing it from your feels, I'm just saying your perception right now of things without you recognizing it may be very distorted. And at the same time, like that desire to make something perfect, right? It can create those moments that, it's like that it can feel more reactive instead of expansive, right? So build into that context. Bottom of the deck on this reading, star energy. I told you, it's like the thing about this here is, I want to I keep on hearing, like, and here's the thing about it. This is gonna, I keep on hearing, I hear it all over the place right now. And I took that personally, right? Like, here it is. Okay, there it is. And I took that personally, right? And I took that personally. And I took that. It's like, of course you took it personally. I know, of course you took it. Like, oh wait, you took it personally? You took it personally during a Venus in retrograde cycle, during a Virgo full moon, right? I felt like I was being judged. I felt like they were doing, like, yeah, yes, it's the energy. Yes. Like, the important thing is not whether you feel it, whether you're taking it personally. It's doing the work to recognize if it was given with that intention. Like, okay. So, and listen, I'm not saying that there might not be some deep healing that's happening here in relationality to clearing the air, right? In the spaces of having someone say, and I took that personally. But also, I need to point this out. There's a difference, right? And I'll put it this way. There is a difference when we take something personally, right? I'll put it this way. When we take something personally, what should we do? We explain why it's personal to us, right? We build that connective tissue by saying, it's personal to me because it has meaning, right? And that ability of communicating when we feel that we've taken something personally, this is how we build bridges, right? We share our experiences. We tell another how something made us feel. But when we get in that space and we go, I know what I'll do, you know what I mean? Like, I'll show them, right? In a moment that, like, like, again, when we're in that space where we feel like that space of trying to prove something, now is not the time to be trying to prove anything in the midst of a Virgo. I'm going to keep on saying this, okay, in this dramatic environment, because it's all drama, it's all Phantom of the Opera, it's all this, like I will be the monster. Like, it's, I told you that the Leo full moon was a dress rehearsal for this, in the midst of hearing the heavy chord of everything is ugly and everything must be perfect, and then feeling the weight of being judged in that and doing something energetically reactive, and then being like, oh no, what have I done? Okay. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you so much to everyone who attended our recent class on the Wheel of Fortune card. Our next class is coming up next week. Have you signed up for Tarot Church yet? Our next class is next week, Wednesday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Justice card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over and become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket into our class next month and all the following months. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church library. It's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best. Hold on a minute. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. You will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact going forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your robust experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining our classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to giveaway information when we have giveaways. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual growth goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I also am very happy to now offer dream interpretation reading packages. Those can be purchased again at per dream or as a package. I simply ask if you purchase a package that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will be utilizing the tarot to understand the key themes and messages that are coming through to you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on our personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Congratulations to Haley. You got our highest gifter today, and Goddess Complex. Thank you so much. You are the second person today. You will also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. Oh, correction. You will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, for those who are interested, I am going to be taking a picture of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, you'll be able to find it over on my Substack. I'll be posting it there along with the podcast later today. Just bear with me as I get a photo of today's spread. Please hold. Also, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today over on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. My friends, we are also at 24K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Welcome to everybody joining us today. So good to see you, Bridget. Grand Rising, Haley, and congratulations in winning that contest. Jessica, thank you for the follow. And thank you again for following me over on the place where we keep the photos, Haley. For those who are interested, following me over on the place where you keep the photos. I also post the daily schedule there as well, so it's always good to make sure you follow me there too. Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And you're so welcome, Nola, or not from Nola. All right. Hi there, Queen. And continue to do that work. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, prioritizing rest right now is very much in alignment with what we're seeing a lot of the feminine energy doing at this time. And as we mentioned, if you're feeling a little bit of nausea right now, or a little bit of like, I keep on saying it's like agita energy, because we've got a lot of the Pisces and Aries. It's like Pisces, the Aries is spine, or the thing is with all the energy in Aries right now, it could create a lot of head pressure. No headache, but it's all over. Yep. And the compression point. Yep. Happy Wednesday, Lynn. How are you doing today? Sending compassion to the highest degree right back at you, dear. Beautiful start to your day, Betty. Perfect way to describe it. Ajita, spirit. It is. I love the fact that you described it as spiritual reflux. That's what it means. So many different meanings. That's why it's a great word. It's a shame that we don't have an equivalent in English. And manifestation, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Shirley. Good to see you. And thank you again for those beautiful gifts, Goddess. Addison, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Cedar, thank you for sharing the rose. I mean, thank you for sharing those gifts. Frida, why am I looking at coordinates? Well, because I deliver province wide for work. Oh, that's beautiful, Frida. But here's again, and that's the thing about it. Like I'm telling you right now, even like a lot of that work, like it's about recognizing and identifying what the plans are, right? So it is. It's a lot about planning. It's a lot about coordinates. A lot about directions. Hi there, Cindy. I keep thinking, no direction, not meant to be. Tap to claim, right? We keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that's like, and it's hard, right? Because it's a difference between like, it's a lot of that work between like sentiment and progress, right? It's a lot of that like thing, like the like, and that's the thing with it, like Pisces, the idea of finding meaning versus building meaning, you know? Addie, like being in a car with no map and the internet went out. Yes, exactly. We're going with the flow. It's a very, very good way of putting it, right? And then that's the thing about it. Like it's a lot of that, like that space where it's like coming into the next, like what are you gonna do? Right? Like it's a lot of that, like it's a lot of like working in that way. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well, King and Buzz, for sharing the live. Bridget, so true. I've never failed at anything in my life. I love it. It's like my favorite thing. Go to a Gemini and Aries and say, what have you failed at? They'll take they'll say they'll just look at you and say, I don't think it exists, right? And that's why Gemini and Aries are very hard on themselves, because like Gemini and Aries don't give up on things unless they determine to, right? Like Gemini and Aries are that's why Gemini and Aries, like they build, and like that's why they're sometimes hesitant to start things, because like that space of recognizing, like it's a lot of that path work. They just, like Gemini and Aries, just literally think that, like they're like, failure does not exist, right? And that's why the energy says, I've never failed at anything. I've just stopped trying, right? I decided that the amount of work it would take to do something was not proportionate. Thank you for resubscribing, Addison. How about career? Happy to do a career reading, Kate. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Hi there, Elisa. Good to see you. And thank you for the help today in posting those, Bridget. Richie, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Queen. Dolores, I don't want to blame anyone. I just want to say, let's get together and talk about it. Let's heal, please. And listen, I feel like even now, Dolores, I'm seeing that there's a lot of potential. Like, I feel like there are a lot of energies right now it's like hard healing, right? It's like having hard conversations. But I feel like the thing that's going to help a lot of these conversations is being able to not just talk about, like, not being able to dwell on the past, but having to build the context of what the future looks like, if that helps. Never feeling caught up enough to rest. I know. Well, this energy, I'm going to tell you right now, it's also going to be really potentially hard to rest in this energy, right? It's a lot of that. Like, here's the thing, like Aries Aries have a hard time sleeping. Like Aries are effectively light sleepers. Like it's like, like that, you know what I mean? It's a lot of that because they're ready. It's like it's a lot of that. So like even there, if you find yourself waking up a lot right now, if you're having a hard time staying asleep, you know, that's not going to help things right now. The suit is so beautiful despite it needed alterations. What a beautiful way to describe something, Nana. I'm not sure if you're saying that. I mean, I'm not sure if you're saying that in like a metaphorical sense, but that's the thing, right? Like the ability of understanding like what needs to be changed or adjusted or adapted. Exactly. An uncut gem. What a beautiful analogy. An uncut gem is still a gem. Tap to claim. Rich Rising, Erica and Andrea, thank you for the follow. Oof, I've got an anchor for me and emotions getting chaotic. Well, that's the thing when you're starting, like, and listen, I know these eclipse cycles, it can feel very chaotic. It can make us feel very chaotic with the energy. That's why it's really important to come through that space of having an anchor as we experience them. Gray, you're one giant trigger in the best. I don't want to be a trigger. I really don't. But I'm glad you say in the best way possible. I hope a nice one. I hope if I trigger you, at least it's in nice ways, you know? Hi there, Michelle. You make me mesmerized with the way you speak. Oh, thank you. I hope that's a positive as well. I hope these messages helped, and thank you for being here and receiving them. All right. I do my best to articulate what's coming through. And thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing the live. Too weird. Modern Stoics kind of turn the philosophy, unfortunately. I think it's just, I don't, I think it's just it's easier, right? It's easier to feel less than to feel more, right? It's a lot of that like, it's too easy to say, "Oh, I just need to stop feeling." Right? It's like a lot of that it's like I always like to point out disassociation is a powerful drug, right? Disassociation is a powerful drug, right? It's hard to heal. It's hard to feel things, you know? It's very tempting, but it's not the same thing. And okay, thank you for the follow. Coincidence that April birthstone is a diamond under pressure. No, I don't think it's a coincidence. It's at all too weird because especially like I like to point out when we've got a lot of the Pisces energy moving into Aries, right? Pisces being able to go with the flow have to often work about setting their intention and sometimes moving against the flow, right? Putting pressure or the force of intention to things, is when we're able to take something that take a surplus, right? That's how we're able to take a surplus and turn it into something incredible, right? Thank you as well, Carmen, for sharing the live. And Kevin, thank you for the follow. Under pressure, I was here actually, to be perfectly honest, I was hearing that song throughout this reading. It's very much the vibe right now. So way to be in alignment to it. Planning is my muse and makes me feel like I am in control and focused. What a beautiful mantra to have right now, Alexandra. Mars and Virgo, so maybe that's why. No, I love that. Like that's the thing. I love the idea. Like that's beautiful because the fact that you're saying that planning is the muse, that's incredible. I love that. Hi there, Bridget. Thank you. This resonates so much. Thank you for receiving these messages, Michelle. And Bella, thank you for those gifts. Sadie, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Michelle. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Rosa, thank you for sharing your daily reading. I'm very grateful. Right back at you, dear. Thank you so much for receiving it. Thank you for the compliment, Michelle. And Virgo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Elisa. And congratulations, Haley. Bella, thank you for those gifts. And thank you for the compliment on my outfit. Addison, thank you again for subscribing. Hold on a moment, just catching back up. All right. Lol, not me having headaches all day and spiritual reflex all night. Yeah, it's the vibe right now, Addison. I'm gonna tell you like the thing with the like it's just like Aries is head energy, it's helm energy, and all the planets are hanging out there. So it's just like it's dry and it's like if you have issues with that right now, I keep on telling everyone like go get a humidifier. Try to stay hydrated. It might be feeling like it's hard to stay hydrated right now too. And Addison, thank you for subscribing. I missed almost the entire read it's okay, due to a phone call. So again, if you missed the read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll be also up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my on Substack. I was like, "Where's Per?" Per. I always like Per because Per's was here. Like I now associate Per with telling everyone to wake up, like when they're not here to get their reading. Yeah, I'm literally tossing and turning the whole night. Yeah, it's hard to stay down. It's gonna be hard to stay down with all of like here's the thing, all the when all the planets were in Pisces, hard to get up, right? When all the planets were in Pisces, hard to get up. Hard all the planets in Aries, hard to stay down, right? There you go. So true. Headaches since Monday, minor though. Again, it's gonna pass, and I keep on seeing humidifiers are gonna help. Hydration is gonna help right now with if you're having a lot of that pressure. My son's been going through a sleep regression too. Yeah, it's this energy. It's a lot of that, like it's a lot of that, like it's a lot of that kind. It's like the thing with Aries is like, you know what I mean? It's like get like coming up and being ready to like go, you know. As I mentioned, friends, we were oh, and hi there, Kateria. Happy day to you as well. Yes, working home life balance. A lot of that work right now we're seeing. It feels like life is monopolizing time if we don't correct it. That's a beautiful way of describing it. My dreams are incredibly vivid and are coming true. As I mentioned, there's a lot of space things that are happening right now in the karmic dream space. Working on trying to decipher visions. Well, I will point out, Katira, I'm a big fan of doing dream interpretation readings. If you ever want to have a dream interpreted, I'm happy to read one for you. All you need to do is send the donation payment, and we can get you on the list too. Hi there. I know 1111 tap to claim. I know I don't donate much, but I am a member because I appreciate your messages as confirmation and space to reflect with you, to talk to us. You're so welcome. And listen, I always need to stress this. Donations are not necessary to be here in the space. That's why I offer the free reading every day. And that's why I also offer the free cards to my subscribers. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your energy with the collective. And I'm glad these messages are helping you right now. Hi there, TA. I feel the duality here recently. It's a good fire. I mean, and that's the thing. If you're in a good space, I think it's gonna feel like a good energetic, like a good like motivational thing, right? But that's why it requires you to have a lot of clarity of self in the process, right? So I think that's good that if you're feeling like it's coming through in a way that feels like it's positive and not negative. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the one, two, three, four, fifth person read for. The first person we are reading for today. I'm also looking for Bean. If Bean is here, please let me know because Bean has first spot priority on the list because they held their reading yesterday. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fifth person read for. If Bean is not here, the first person we are reading for today is Bridget. Oh, Bean, you're here. Wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Bean, and thank you for your patience. You'll actually be getting an additional card in your reading today. Thank you so much for letting us hold your reading too today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, you'll be the fifth person read for. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other platforms and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, and you will be added to the list as well. Spirit led, please, focusing on the self. Got you, dear. Can I get 5 cards, please? Highest priority messages for Bean. What do they need to know? Don't lose hope on yourself. And you don't compare yourself to others right now. Comparison, listen, and I know how hard that is. Like, I know how difficult that is. Um, you know, like a lot of this Venus, I point out these Venus and retrograde cycles, it's not a competition, right? But it's sometimes we when we are in that space that we're feeling that weight of the judgment of others, we sometimes feel like it is, right? But I want you to like I want you to say like I feel like the thing you have to say to yourself right now is I keep on hearing your guide say the only person you need to compete with yourself, like the only person that you're competing with is yourself, right? The only person that you need to prove anything to is yourself, right? It's not outside of the self. It's not about proving something to someone outside the self. It's proving to yourself, you know? And I can see this. Like I see the fact that there's a lot of this work that I see that you've had to do, even some kind of trauma like in the past, like some childhood trauma here, about others like making you feel in some way, shape, or form that you were failing them or that you weren't meeting their expectations. But I always like to point this out, you know, there's something really important to say that when we're on a healing journey, like one of the things that starts coming out of our mouths are I delight in disappointing you, right? Because it's in those moments, like it's not, it's like when someone you gotta understand, like the I keep on hearing understanding the fallacy that is indicative in the difference between someone that says, I need to point this out, like, and for some reason they're saying that something about your path work helps you understand this. When we really care about someone, like when we love someone, when we're helping someone grow, right? I keep on hearing it's like a wildflower, like it's that moment of delight and celebration in terms of seeing, I keep on hearing the delight in seeing which way another will grow is like a miracle, right? Because it's almost that space of like they're saying to me like the space of seeing another person come into the being and recognition of themselves. And it's those moments that we look at towards someone we care about and we say, I can't wait to see what you become, right? And that's why when sometimes when we come into that space and we understand those cycles, we start to heal in profound ways. Because if there are those moments where it feels less like, in the past, another person feels more like they were, you know, disappointed on what they found within us as we did that, trying to say like, stop doing that, stop being that person, stop dressing like that, right? Or another person starts putting their force upon us. um it feels like, it's hard because, that's why we say I delight in disappointing you, because it's the energy that says I refuse to love that way, right? It's that space of saying, when someone says I'm disappointed in you, it's like it begs the question, because and that's the thing, when someone says, their basic guides are basically saying, when someone says you're disappointing me, you have to make sure to ask the question, what were you expecting? Right? What were you expecting? Because when someone says you're disappointing me, what they're really saying is, I have expectations, right? What are those expectations? And so they're saying to a certain extent, if you're feeling that weight, make sure you ask that question, because there's something I keep on hearing, there's something very profound and telling in relationality and regard to how someone saying that to you may answer, right? Um, because a lot of this weight or a lot of this force, you know, I keep on seeing it feels to me like I see you getting a lot more serious about something, you know? I just see something, I see some kind of cycle, and they're saying to me it's very heavy on the 4, you know? Like the next 4 months, I'm just identifying like some like I see you like really like I don't know if there's a project that you're working on. I don't know if there's like some kind of like opportunity here, but it feels to me like there's some kind of big window that's opening for you in the next 4 months. And, I keep on seeing that, like, if it's like, yeah, I keep on seeing, like, I would be very conscientious of someone taking any choices that you need to make right now personally, right? If there's some kind of opportunity opening to you. And this is why sometimes when we have breakthroughs, like I keep on hearing, sometimes when we have breakthroughs, it breaks relationships because we suddenly can tell the difference between what we truly have with someone versus what they want from us, you know, like those moments. And I keep on hearing, like, they're actually saying that, like, we feel loved in the space that another person does not take our no personally, right? we feel loved in the space where we have to step back on something and another person says anything you need instead of how dare you, right? So they're saying that like there's something about this cycle in the next 4 months that says to me like it does feel bittersweet, right? It says to me like there's some kind of opportunity that's opening for you that's going to shed a lot of light on the relationships in your life that feel like they're in your best interest versus someone that's interested in you for their own benefit. But that's why I feel like it is like a breakthrough because they're saying that those moments, while they may be painful, we're better with them. We're better served by that. Like they're saying it's like the harsh light of seeing something with clarity, but that ultimately is best for us. So just be a little mindful of that because it does say to me, I feel like there's something about the next 4 months that is requiring you to kind of embody some kind of Queen of Swords mentality. I'm not seeing the card here, but it's feeling very heavily like that. But I keep on hearing the energy that's in like the energy that is in alignment to you will be able to state their intentions. They won't be saying to you that they're disappointed without saying to you what they expect. And if there's anything here, like, because that's the thing about it, if there's anything here that's been forcing you to read between the lines, it feels like some of these changes are going to bring some of those uncertainty or wishy-washy relationships or situations into like like stark clarity. But that clarity is ultimately like beneficial to you in the long run. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's not that it's I keep on hearing it's not that it's easy, but that's why it's right. Right? And that's the thing. There's a lot of this I keep on hearing. Um I keep on hearing like nothing is a burden if we're not in alignment, right? If we want the same things, and that's what I hear too. Like that's the thing that's wild about it because I keep on hearing that there's some one of your guides is saying, like a rising tide raises all ships, right? Like that's the thing that's wild about it. Like the thing that's why I see to a certain extent, it feels like a bit of the space of saying like a rising tide raises all ship, and that's why in those moments where like we're having an achievement and someone takes it personally or they're making us feel bad for it or they're getting upset that we have to like dedicate time to something, it's like ridiculous because it's not that moment. It's like I keep on hearing, like I said, comparison is the thief of joy, right? Like coming into that space of like you're not cake, not everyone deserves a slice, and the energy that cares about you isn't going to be demanding of it, right? They're like it's like the difference between saying how dare you or whatever you need to do, right? Like I keep on hearing like the energy that cares about you will say whatever you need to do. They won't say how dare you, right? They're not going to take that breakthrough personally. But there may be some energy that does, and that's why I keep on seeing the guides say like pay attention when that occurs because they're showing you who they are, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bean. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. Also, we are at 27.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. And Addison, thank you for subscribing. Okay. Being not me being shaken in the face of disappointment. Not being shaken in the face of disappointment has definitely been an area I've been working on. And here's the like that's why they keep on saying like when someone says they're disappointed in you, the guides are saying like you have to say what were you expecting, and if they can't answer it, they're like they're like finish the sentence. I keep on hearing you have to say to someone finish the sentence. That's half a sentence. inner peace and coming back to who I am has been a project. I feel like I'm near that point. I mean, like the thing is, uh, they're saying that like it's not about getting to where you aspire to be, but seeing how far you've come. You know, and a lot of it, they keep on saying a lot of it too is just maintain. Like remember, maintaining consistency is also progress. So keep that in mind too. Yes, more open to letting things go that no longer serve my highest good, even if it hurts. And I can see it even like, and it does. Like I can see the fact that like and the guides are kind of saying there are some things that feel like they're going to hurt more, but it's because you're going to see them with more clarity. You're so welcome. Thank you again, Bean, for having that reading with me, and thank you so much for being patient with that reading. Hi there, Bridget. I can feel, I can feel my ex in my dream space, not remembering the dream, but waking up with the feeling he's there. Yep, I got it. What was the sole purpose of that relationship? Has it been completed? I've got you, dear. Okay. Can I please get 4 cards? Highest party messages from Bridget, please. What does Bridget need to know about that connection? Highest priority messages, please. And thank you, Bridget, because technically you were the first person on the list for today, so I will be drawing an additional card for you. Can I please have 5 cards for Bridget on that connection? And one more, please. I mean, so I feel like there's like I just keep seeing that there's something about this here that like it feels like some kind of profound timing issue between you and this individual. Like I keep on hearing, like I just keep on seeing some kind of space where, you know, like I see I like it's giving me like some kind of energy of like adventuring, like that, like someone who like when you found them, they were like in the midst of trying to find themselves, you know? And that's the thing about it. Like I can see someone that looked towards you in some kind of way, shape, or form. And um, like like I can see I can see the vision that you were trying to give someone in relationality to like what you wanted with them, you know? Like you were ready to put the work in, you know? You were ready to get down to it. But I don't I like and that's the thing about it. It's like I see them like at that moment in the past shaking their head, you know? Like I kind of see them in some kind of space of just articulating and like, like I see them in that space of like right like I see someone that's telling me that they recognized the fact that like there was like some kind of disparity between what they were ultimately seeking and what you were ultimately seeking, you know? And the thing about it that I think is kind of like wild right now is, and that's why like I keep on hearing someone say, like I hear them saying they miss you, but they also like I hear them understand like saying I understand. Like I understand what the disparity is, you know? Like I'm literally like it feels to me like there's almost someone here that's like holding, as we've talked about with the daily collective, um, some kind of conversation that they wish to have with you. But it's not about, I keep on seeing them say it's not about the conversation, because it feels to me like it would be a little bit of the same conversation, you know? It feels to me like it would be a little bit of some kind of conversation as it relates to, um, like, I keep on hearing, like, building something more based on, like, I keep on saying, like, comfortability as opposed to purpose. You know what I mean? Like, there's like a lot of this here. There's something really important about this. And that's why I keep on saying it. This is why, like, I'm got a guide around you that says the reason that you didn't bring this dream back is because, um, remember how I said that there was something important about coming towards someone in a dream space to recognize how they might receive it? Like, it feels to me like the guides are like, it's the same conversation. You know what I mean? It doesn't, like, it doesn't feel so much like something that is progressed, you know? It almost feels, and that's the thing I'm getting here from the guides. Like, the guides are saying to me, the fact that it would be the same conversation is why the guides are like, yeah, we just preferred not to bring that back, because they're saying, like, you've already been through it. You've already been through it once before. Like, they're like, and I keep on seeing, like, remember how this is literally, I gotta describe this here. What I'm seeing right now is almost exactly in alignment with what we've been seeing with a lot of the energy right now, like hovering, like coming into divine union, right? It's like a lot of that force, it's like a lot of that force of identifying and recognizing, um like, that I keep on hearing, I want to have a conversation, but I don't want to hurt them. Like, I hear them all saying, the guys, I don't want them to remember if it's going to just open something up, if it's just going to reopen a wound, right? Because the thing is, like, the one thing I'm seeing is, like, you haven't changed your mind. I see them going, like, you haven't changed your mind. You're still very, like nothing has changed there. Um, and I keep on hearing respectfully. Um, the reason why they were, I feel like the reason, because I can see that there's something here that's really painful. The reason that the guides say that they brought something to you was to help you recognize that you can't force, like, I keep on hearing, you can't force you can't force a manifestation, right? You can be and here's the thing, there was nothing wrong with what you were offering that person. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But that's the difference, like, that those moments that we, like, I feel like the reason that the guides are brought this person to you was to help you to understand the difference between having something wrong with you and wanting different things. And sometimes, and often, too many times in our journey, we confuse those, right? We Too many times in our journey, we feel like something is wrong with us, instead of recognizing that we might be offering someone something that is absolutely perfect. The only thing that's wrong is that they just don't want the same thing as us, right? It's not about us doing wrong. It's just choosing someone. Like, they're saying, it's not about doing wrong. It's about choosing the wrong person to do it with, right? And when we are in that space, right, when we're trying to do something, when we want someone, when we want to build something with someone, and they're not as invested in it, or they're reluctant to it, or they're not ready, it can often feel like we get too hard on ourselves, and we blame ourselves for that. Like, there's something that we're doing that is causing that. instead of just looking at a situation with clarity and determining and saying, I don't think this person's ready for what I'm offering them. And they're saying that there's something about that journey that is going to help you recognize in time that ultimately there was nothing that you could have done to fix it, because there was nothing that you were doing that was wrong or broken. They just weren't ready for it. It just wasn't their time. They just didn't want the same things as you. And that's why they're saying that it's actually hard, because they're saying that the guides are saying that you would prefer. I keep on seeing you would prefer, right? It's like you came into knowing them as a journey of understanding surrender, because you'll remember that surrender is not giving up. Surrender is not insisting. Surrender is allowing our clarity to help us see something with clarification. And they're saying that there's something that's going to happen continuing, or something that's continuing now. The further you get from something in relationality to being able to see something that's going to continue to make you feel more and more stable, because you're going to recognize that ultimately you could have, like, it wasn't that you were doing anything wrong. You just wanted profoundly different things, right? You were just prioritizing completely different things. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, I can see someone, like, I can see someone that's just torn up, like, they're just as torn up about it. Like, that's why I see even now there's something I told you. This is just confirmation of what I was saying about the fact that the reason that you're probably having that karmic dream that you can't remember is I can hear someone. They got an apology stuck in here. I can see them. They're like, I got that apology here. You know, like I can see them. It's like sitting there, and they want to get it off their chest. I feel like I can see someone that misses you, but I keep on hearing them say, I don't want to open something back up if it's going to hurt them more. Right. And the guides keep on saying that something about them coming towards you in the dream space. I keep on seeing it's like they were like, it was like again, like a test run to see how that might go. And they're saying, like, you not remembering it was the guides being like, hurt, you know, it hurt. That was the thing. Like, that's why you got a lot of these karmic dreams right now. If you're like, they were there, if you're having those moments, but like, they were there, but I can't remember. It's like the guides are like, yeah, because they're trying to see if how that they're trying to see how I keep on hearing they're trying to see how that conversation would go. Right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards. It's like I gotta tell you, what's that song? It's giving me that song. What is it, Mandy? It's like that song's coming through on it. You know, like like that's the thing. Like it literally feels like someone that wants to apologize to you for wasting your time, but also like Mrs. Mrs. wasting your time. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that's the thing about it. You know what I mean? It's like it sees, like, I can see someone saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that type of vibration. It's like I keep on hearing someone say, like, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you intensely, but I also don't want to hurt you. It's a lot of that. Because I keep on hearing, like, I just feel like there's like a lot of like sadness there, but also it feels like sadness of understanding what the rift is, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks My Lio. Please keep in mind, I would also be very curious if this person travels a lot, because I'm seeing someone that, like, they're never in the same place long. Like, there's a lot of movement around something here. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Haley. Haley, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. You're so welcome, Bridget. All right, just reading over some of these comments. All right. And thank you, Lori, for subscribing. And Trishina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Yes, he is 9 years younger and just got out of a 9-year marriage 2 years prior. Okay, thank you for and that's the thing, you know, like I just keep on seeing like this is someone who's like they're on a journey. I keep on hearing they're on a journey of self-discovery. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like Odysseus type of energy, you know? And Lori, thank you again. In another life. Yeah. Yes. Hold on a minute. Yep. I made myself very clear. Thank you for confirmation, Rory. Lori, all you do, dear, to get on the list is send a donation payment, buy the Bink My Lio. Now that you've become a subscriber, it is 22 for 4 cards. Rory, this is like mind blowing. Thank you for being here and also receiving these messages. I was a safe space for him for sure. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like I can hear them saying like they miss you terribly, but they get it. You know, I keep on seeing it's like almost feels like the energy that I can hear them saying like it's good to hear from you, but they like but they're I see them like they don't want to come towards you if they I keep on hearing them say like I don't like I hear them saying I can see it too because I almost like I hear you saying we can be friends and they're going like this. You know what I mean? Like they're going like this. They think that they're calling ridiculousness on that, you know? Like I hear you saying to them, we can be friendly, and them going like they're shaking their head, being like, you know, like they're going there, you know that's not true. They're going, you know that's not true, you know, because it feels to me like they're worried that you're gonna settle in some way, you know? I'm trying to find the meaning behind him coming into my life. Received recognition. Thank you, Rory. He definitely shook it up because I was unexpectedly saw yeah, I saw forever with them. No, that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's crazy because he claimed he wanted the same things and then poof. Yeah. You know, I see it even now. Like I can hear them saying, like, you know, like and that's why I keep on hearing, I owe you an explanation. And that's the thing. I keep on hearing them say, I owe you an explanation. But I don't want to open a wound in the process, you know? Finding the lighthouse, tap to claim. Rory. And Mel, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, I think he thought he was ready and I was a real deal and freaked out. I see it. They're not ready. No, I see someone. I don't. I'm like I keep on hearing them say, I don't know if I'll ever be ready again. You know, they like I keep on hearing someone say like, you caught me in a moment of recovery. You know, clarity. Thank you, Rory. I'm really resonating with this interpretation. Thank you, Hannah, for also receiving these messages. Yes, he's a good man, and he was there for me when I needed him. It's bittersweet. No, I can like I see like they miss like I can hear them saying like they miss you too. But again, I keep on hearing them say they miss you too, but they don't want to cause further hurt. You're so welcome. Thank you, Bridget, for being here and receiving these messages. I miss the friendship more than anything. I mean, they do too. Timing being off is terrible when 2 people are hurting. I know. I can see it here. I hear it does. It feels like a lot of this, like in another life kind of energy. Thank you for the follow, Rory. Haley, I got you, dear. And thank you for confirmation, T. Hold on a minute. Funny, he doesn't travel, but work makes him move around a lot. He does like 30K steps a day. Yeah, I see this person all over the place, you know? I can even see them. I don't know why they're saying like in their I'm in their like neighborhood. It would be so easy. You know what I mean? Like I almost see something like that. Yes, thank you, Rory. And thank you for sharing the live, Chris Danger. Bridget, yes, they have too many feelings to just be friends. Yeah, I know. I see like they literally called when you said we can be friends, they started laughing and shaking their head. They were like, no, that's not true. That's not true. I keep on hearing them say you'd start to settle. And then I keep on hearing they said that you'd start to settle and I'd start to run, right? You'd start to settle and I'd start to run. I'm halfway asleep, but relating. Hi there, Kay. Good to see you, dear. Welcome. Hi there, Rory. If you'd like to get a reading, dear, all you need to do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. If you get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Now is a great time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. All right, we're reading for Haley. We're doing a general. Before we get started, I need to step away for a moment. I'll be right back and we'll get started on that reading. But just a reminder to everyone joining us right now, we are at 31.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you would like to get on the list for today, now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. And we will be back in just a moment and we'll continue the readings. All right. Okay, let's continue right now. Next person we're reading for is Haley. Looks like we're doing a general for Haley right now. And just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. We're also at 33.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. And hold on a moment. Let me just confirm something. Okay. All right. Can I get, hi there, heads up, Bella, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Good to see you today, dear. All right. Just confirming we're doing a general for Haley. Can I get 3 cards for Haley, please? General. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. You know, one of the things I'm seeing right now, Haley, is I feel like there's a lot of it feels to me like there's a lot of focus right now in relationality to it feels very community based, you know? It's actually really interesting because it's actually really interesting because what's very intriguing about it is I almost see you in a space where you're actually like, I got to stress this, like some of the energy I see you in right now, it feels very much more in alignment to masculine energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Because if you'll recall, in the daily collective reads, we talked a lot about the fact that right now, um, a lot of the feminine energy is feeling more like it's feeling more. It's almost like feeling more like a little bit more like hermit energy, like it's more moving in that space of like really like kind of focusing and not being so gregarious. But I don't see you in that conditionality at all. I see you very much um like like in some kind of space of like, you know, like it feels like putting something together or organizing something, like trying to bring some kind of energy around a circumstance or situation. And I think that this is nice. Like I feel like it's productive because like, you know, it feels a lot like something that you're doing because you recognized a lack of it. You know what I mean? Like the guides are basically showing me something here where, it's like you noticed that something, like it almost feels like something that feels almost voluntary. Like if not voluntary to others, it's like voluntary to spirit, which is like nice because like, it's like they're saying that instead of like they're saying to me that there's something that's happening right now that instead of kind of like sitting back in some way, shape, or form and saying to yourself, like, oh, I wish this, I wish that, you're actually like saying like again, I feel like you almost say like, you know, wishes don't get things done. If I'm wishing for something, what's stopping me from just going ahead and doing it? Um, you know, don't the one thing I'm gonna say right now in relationality to anything you're doing, and again, it's gonna feel very similar to what we were identifying in the daily collective reads right now, particularly as we um as we move into um as we move into this eclipse cycle, don't let perfect stand in the way of done, right? And I keep on hearing, don't let perfect stand in the way of done, but also it never hurts to ask. It never hurts to ask, right? I keep on hearing the worst thing you can hear, and they're saying, remember that no sometimes does not mean no. No sometimes means not now because they're saying, remember, they're saying that if you ask someone for something and they can't do it, what you've done, like if they can't, it's not the right time. They're saying, remember that no isn't a no, it's planting a seed, right? That's why they say that, remember, no does not mean no. No means not now, because if you're bringing something to someone and you're offering something, the reason they're saying, if someone says like, I can't really do that, they're saying, remember, don't take that as a rejection. Remember, you just planted a seed, right? You told them that that is something that you're interested in doing. You've articulated something that you would like to do, right? And that ability of doing so, like they're saying, like, don't take it personally, like say like, oh, if anything changes, let me know. Because again, they're saying that there's something really important that's happening for you as it relates to time right now, right? Because I keep on hearing a no now, the no that you get now might be a yes in the future. In fact, they're not even saying it's not a yes in the future. They're saying that it's a certitude, a certaintude that something that you're getting a no now is actually going to become a yes in the future. That the value isn't someone, I keep on hearing, like, the value of doing something right now, or planting a seed, is effectively being able to articulate to another that you're on board for something, right? They're saying, like, if they can't, like, again, if someone can't get on board with you now, the fact that you've told them that it's something that you'd like to do, remember, like, that's not a closed situation, because they'll remember you when that moment comes, and they're, I keep on hearing that, like, that moment comes when the opportunity presents itself, that they can return back to it. So don't, I keep on hearing, don't be afraid of, don't be, like, I keep on hearing, don't be afraid of asking right now. Don't be afraid of like, expressing what that could look like, because it feels like a lot of this energy, like I said, there's a lot of energy right now around you, specifically in incubation, which means, even if it might not come to fruition immediately, something that you get a no on right now is going to potentially pay off in a big way in the long run. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, especially, like, here again, remember, a no is not a no for you. It's a not now, right? Remember the difference between, and I can't, like, remember the difference between I can't and I don't want to, right? Remember the difference between an energy that says I wish I could versus I don't want to. So if someone's saying that's something that you're like, if there's something here that feels like it's a minor disappointment, don't get crushed about it. Be patient with it. Like, have that be that moment of saying, okay, well, if that changes, you know where to find me, right? Because I keep on seeing that this is a lot of that work, in terms of you, like putting, I keep on hearing, putting ideas in the right ears, right? That allows for something, like, something big to grow in the process, right? Thank you. Like, and but at the same time, not feeling like one needs to wait, right? And that's what I mean. Like, don't feel like you have to wait for someone to change their mind. Keep proceeding forward, because that's the energy that says, like, I keep on hearing, if someone needs to change their mind, say, okay, well, you know where to find me, right? Like, you know where to find me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Haley. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Goddess. Goddess, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. 3 cards, as I mentioned. And also, we are doing a giveaway right now. If you would like to get on, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Lori, thank you for those roses. I've been coming out of hermit mode. Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, like like, I see it, even like, I see you're like, I'm ready. Like, you're like, I'm done now. And I've always felt, more aligned with masculine. Well, let this serve as a lot. Like, I feel like, again, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing right now that you're in alignment with your masculine energy. I'm not surprised by it, especially with all this Aries energy around, right? Like, it's a lot of that, like, especially if you, I would be curious if you have a lot of Aries alignments, because, like, that could also be helping motivate some of this. Damien, thank you for the follow. Community is everything. Tap to claim. Things are changing this month for sure. This feels so right. I'm actively doing the work. I mean, the guides are basically saying, keep on doing the work right now. And they're actually saying, like, again, it's, I think they're also, it's interesting too. They're saying there's the message of going back to something. Like, if there's something here that wasn't coming through, be like, yeah, I just wanted to check in, see how you're doing, kind of thing. because it's saying to me like there's a lot of like I keep on hearing there's a lot of checking in that's happening. Yes, thank you. Hold on a minute. That's been the goal this month. Hope is not a solution. I mean, I see this big, like I see it big in a big way here. You know, like it's like I hear like no wishes, just plans. No wishes, just plans. Thank you for confirmation, Haley. I've been getting so many messages about this month being critical to my next level, and that's the thing about it. Like don't and here's and that's why and this is why I'm stressing about the fact that they're saying don't feel crushed or defeated if you're hearing no's right now, because I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing there's no no's around you right now, even if they're no's, because those no's are going to become yeses in time. Yeah, it's dirt. It is. It's like it really is kind of to a certain extent, Roy. It is about like kind of dirt energy here. It's like about getting in the dirt. All right. Exactly, planting the seeds and continuing the journey. Yep, keep on doing that right now. That just resonated so deeply. You're so welcome, Haley. Thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you. And I wish you the best on your journey, and thank you for those beautiful gifts during the reading. Oh, we love the Sag energy here, Ori. I'm on the list, cooking dinner. Not the greatest. No, it's okay. Take your time, dear. No rush. Whenever you're ready. I'm looking for goddess. You're after goddess. So just bear with me a moment. Hermit mode is ending. Here comes the sun. No, I see it. Like like this is a lot of Aries energy here. Yes, I do. Aries moon and several others. Thank you for confirmation. And thank you for also connecting to this message as well, Addie. Yep, no problem. Hi there, Rory. I'm happy to read for you, dear, if you'd like to get on the list. These are donation-based readings, so all you need to do if you'd like to get on the list is send the donation via the link in my bio, and you will be the third person read for. I desperately want to get out of this hermit mode. Go for it. Get out of the comfort zone right now, Bridget. Follow your bliss. I needed to hear that today too. You're so welcome, Ella. Good to see you today. All right. It looks like if Goddess isn't here, we're going to continue to per. It looks like we're doing a dream reading for you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi, Carlos. I have nothing to offer. No, first of all, never say you have nothing to offer. Your presence here, sharing in the conversation, you're absolutely offering what you have. That's why I offer the free reading. Absolutely no pressure in purchasing a donated reading. It's only for those who need that or can afford that. Also, that's why I offer the free reading for those before we start, and that's why I also offer the one card readings for subscribers. So thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your energy with the collective. My body won't let me. Oh, I know, dear. But here's the thing. Like, it's giving me a lot of this. Like, I feel like you're like building up like a lot of momentum right now. Like once you're able to, I see like a lot of breakthroughs happening right now, Bridget. You're so welcome, Rory. All right. Second call right now. Second call right now for Per. I think it's ironic because usually Per is the one calling others in, and now Per's making dinner. So Per, when you're back and you're ready, just let me know. I'm looking right now for Goddess or Per. If anybody else would like to get, yeah, like a rocket waiting to launch. Exactly. Like I literally see a situation where you're just like hitting the deck running. You know what I mean? Right back at you, Rory. Okay, so I'm looking for Goddess or I'm looking for Per. If Goddess and Per aren't here, you're so welcome, Team Ilsana. The list is open. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Oh, we got Per back. Wonderful. Can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have you're doing a dream reading, right? Where are you going to be posting the dream in the comments, or is there another place that we're going to be receiving it? Turned off my pots. Excellent. Well, we don't want you to burn anything. It's okay if you need to prioritize. You do the work, and I admire that kind of dedication and respect. Thank you, Rory. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Oh, it's in PayPal? Okay, perfect, dear. Just hold on a minute. Let me go ahead and take a moment to read over. Okay, where are we? All right, and so we're doing a dream interpretation right now for Per. So what I'm going to be doing is I'll be reading the dream. Do I have permission? Do I have permission to share the dream? Per, just let me know, and just bear with me as we get that up. Okay. Okay, thank you for confirming. All right. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Mm, there we go. And just a reminder to those who are joining us too, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Guys, we are at 40K. I have a lot of confidence that we'll be able to reach 50K before we complete this reading. So please tap that screen, and thank you guys for doing so. All right, we've got it here. Okay, so we're reading the dream now. All right, so the dream is as follows. What do we have here? Okay, so the dream says, dream interpretation. I'm not even sure if it was a dream or reality, to be honest. Okay, in my bedroom stood a tree in a pot with blooming little yellow flowers on it. And on my mirror hung a garland with the mirrored text, "Congrats," in pink letters. I could read it despite the mirrored placement of the letters. And it's always really interesting when we see things that we can read in dreams because we can't read in dreams. So that's also indicative. All right, cool. Can I please have, all right, can I please have 4 cards per, please? Highest priority messages from spirit around what is the context and meaning of that dream. I mean, like, yeah, there's the congrats. I mean, right off the bat, we're like, right off the bat, means congrats. I love when I'm like talking to spirit. I'm like, what does it mean? What does congrats mean? It means congrats. Like, what are you talking? It means congrats. Okay. Further, please. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. You're watering your own flowers. Like the flower pot um, is a representation of you. It's a dream from your guides. I always think it's interesting. Typically, I've noticed that often when there's words that we're reading in dreams, it's often a sign that it's probably coming from our guides. Sometimes our guides, um, they like. I have to stress this because, it's interesting. So you've got a guide that's not okay. So you've got a guide that is trying to help you heal an abandonment wound. And so the guide isn't stepping forward because they don't want to create a space. Like the whole like I'm getting here, the whole point is so that you learn that there's nothing outside of, you're not missing anything, right? You're not like you don't need to look outside of the self for things. So I think it's really interesting the fact that the guide is saying that they left it there for you because they wanted you to understand that it's literally they haven't been doing anything, that you've been doing the work, right? Like they don't and that's the thing that that's why they're saying, they're like, they don't want you, like it was like it was a gift from the guides, but the guides did not want to be present in the room because they didn't want you to feel like, they know that you would have sat there and thanked them. And the guys were like, I don't like, you don't have to thank me for anything. You're the one doing this work. They're doing like, they're going, you're the one that did that work, right? So that's why, like, the whole idea. And this is why they're saying that the dream itself was to show you that you're healing an abandonment wound, because it's the fact that you felt like, I keep on hearing the presence that does not feel empty, right? The space of being alone with oneself, but then having that message of support, right? That space that says, like, it's literally a message that was trying to say, you're doing great. We're proud of you, right? But the thing is, and one of the reasons that I see that some of your guides are keeping proximity from you is because, like I said, and this is, I always think it's really interesting when I see guys that do this. They're like, they don't want, I keep on hearing like, you got a guy that goes, I don't want you thank everybody. I keep on hearing, you thank everybody for your own accomplishments. You know, you thank everybody for your own accomplishments. They're like, I didn't do this for you. You know what I mean? They're going, I didn't do this for you. And that's why they didn't want to come to you in the dream space, because they didn't want you to feel like that was something that they facilitated. They were effectively saying that's something that you've created within yourself. That's why they were saying that the representation of the plant, right? The representation of the plant was effectively that was supposed to be how they see you, right? That's how they see you. They see you in that space. Um, and basically, when the fact that you said that the house plant is sprouting flowers, it's that you're coming to understand yourself, right? You're creating your own light. You are finding what you seek, but you're finding it within you, right? So it's like almost a representation point of like the idea of when we actualize the self, the lotus blossoms, right? The flower of the self unfolds. The flower the flower does not look for reasons outside of itself to bloom. The flower does not need to be encouraged. The flower blooms when the flower is ready to bloom. You can't force it. And the flower blooms out of its bloom by finding the strength to change. So they're saying to a certain extent, it feels like that congratulations point was them basically saying, it was basically the message your guides are saying. The guides wanted to say to you how proud of you they were, right? And I think it's funny because I'm literally looking at one of the guides. I'm looking at one of your guides, and I'm like, "Who are you?" And they're going like this. They're going like this. They're going, nope, nope, nope. This is not about me. They're going, this is not about me. Like they're going, this is not about me. That's the whole thing. They're going, I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to help them I'm trying to help them build confidence in themselves. I'm trying to help them understand that they don't need to seek outside approval, right? I'm helping them to try to understand that they don't need to feel like they need to find like that confidence within the self shouldn't make them feel like they're always, I keep on hearing, the confidence in the self should not make them feel like they're always looking for a sign for, like going, the confidence in the self should not make them feel like they're always looking around to see if they're doing something right or not. They are right, right? That's the thing that they're saying. They're saying they don't want you to have to look around saying like, tell me what to do, right? They're like, it's the energy that goes that they're saying, I'm trying to teach them that they are the right thing to do, right? They're saying that they're trying to help you understand that you embody like it, that you are doing the right thing so long as you're doing the right thing. Like that's the thing. They're saying that whatever that feels like, what is right for you is right, right? So like there's a lot of that journey here that I feel like it's helping you, like like come into that space of feeling, I keep on hearing, feeling the confidence to flourish, feeling the confidence and the security in your choices to bloom. And that's why the guides are leaving that. They're saying they're leaving that sentiment to you to be able to say, it's not going unnoticed. You look beautiful. We're proud of you. Look at like look like they were like, this is what like they basically said, this is what you look like to us in our eyes. This is how we see you. I want to give you some, and they're saying that's not something that they did. They're saying that's something you did, and you should be proud of yourself. And that's why they said like that's why they then they go. That's why they left the gift. They go, I left the gift because I didn't want them to thank me. You know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, there's something about that too. Like they're saying that there's something really, I want to say, like, I love, I always like to point this out. Like a good guide never wants to take credit for I always like to point this out too. This is probably a high, this is, a guide like this is often an ascended master, right? Because guides like this, they don't want to interrupt the experience of growth with their presence. I hear them going, I'm kind of a big deal. they're going, they're going and they're very humble. They're saying, The thing, that's the thing about it. They're going like this, but then they're going, I'm kind of a big deal. And that's the reason that they're like, yeah, that's why they stay away from, that's why they're like, yeah, yeah, I don't want to interrupt their process by making it about me. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about them. But then they're looking at me and they're going, but I'm kind of a big deal. I like them. It's good stuff. All right. But I got they're like, it's a need to know basis at this moment. They're like, they're going, they don't want to spoil the surprise. They're going, we don't spoil. I'm like, okay, cool. You see? All right. All right. I got you. I got you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Um, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Um, if you've just, we are doing personal readings right now. We just did a dream interpretation reading. If you would like to get on the list for dream interpretation reading, mediumship reading, past life reading, highest priority message from spirit reading, or life path reading, you can, or love reading, you can do so right now. The only things I don't read for across these apps are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today. I'm still looking for Goddess. If Goddess is here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, if there's anyone else who would like to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. Now is a great time to get on the list. The list is very short. I'll also let you guys know that if you'd like to get on the list by a means of a gift of a baby dragon will also get you on the list for today. So that's available as well. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just bear with me a moment. All right. And if anyone's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is head over to the tree that has links in it in my bio, and your donation will get you on the list as well. All right. I'm curious. Dinner can wait. Yes. I love sharing in this beautiful collective energy. So glad I could be here today. I'm so glad as well, Haley. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages too. All we need now is a Tate update. Tate. I feel like we have like tea with Tate. Tate's our tea. Tea with Tate. And thank you, Lay, and welcome, Lori. Feeling the burden, sending support on that journey, Rory. The collective is very helpful as well. I'm so glad. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. Always being considerate. And thank you guys. We are almost at 50K too. We're at 46.7K now. So if we get to 50K, I will be doing that giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Water is very important right now, Rory. There's too much Aries energy, so everything's really dry. I know, I'm grateful for them anyway. No, and that's the thing about it. Like that, and that's the thing about it. Like I keep they're like I don't want them thanking me. Like it's not like they're saying it's not they've been doing the work. It's not about me, is all I keep hearing them say. You know? I wonder why the text was mirrored. Well, and I feel like, so when you say mirrored, like you're saying that you had to read it backwards. Is that what you're saying? Or you were reading it forward? Because if the reason that they're saying to me that there was a mirroring of the text is because they were trying to show you that that's what you look like on their side of things. Remember how I said that the plant itself was a representation, was a representation of you. Like they were saying that the fact that it was mirroring was showing you and saying on this side, right? This, I know how things look over there, but on this, I know things like they're like literally saying like, I know things feel like they're a mess over there. Like they're going, I know over there things might feel like a mess, but I want to tell you on this side, you're handling things beautifully, right? Like that's what they're saying. Like, I know I keep on hearing them say, like, I know on that side, it looks like a mess, but here we see that you're flourishing, right? Thank you as well, Brian. And Serena, thank you so much for getting on the list, dear. You will be the next person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. World card. I saw this one in my dream as well with the message about breaking cycles. Well, that's why they're saying even now, that's why they're saying, listen, I got to tell you, When we're breaking cycles, it feels like a mess. And that's why I feel like they're saying, I know on that side, it feels like a mess. But on this side, we're saying congratulations, right? Like that's what's so beautiful about it. They're saying, I know right now it feels like you're making a mess, but they're saying it's quite the opposite when you're seeing it from our perspective. Love, and back to you as well, Brian. Happy circles, Rory. You have spicy guides. It's not that they're spicy. It's actually like it's giving me. They've got a lot of like. I gotta say, they've got a. I don't. I can't. They're like they're it's like they're a hugger. You know what I mean? Like it's very like they're it's like it's like they just know they're just they're not saying it in like they're saying it in a very funny way. They don't take themselves too seriously. There's it's like it's like heavy love energy. Okay, I'm done. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, me with my coffee. Hi there, Brian. Yes, tea with Tate. Coffee with Brian. There we go. All right. Hi there. I'm Ruby. We're not at one card yet. It's so good to see you. I love Ruby. Ruby's like first. All right. Hold on a minute. Just reading over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Yes, backward. Yeah. So that's what they were saying. They were literally trying to help you like what's amazing about it. This is actually what's cool. Like they were literally, wow. Okay. I'm glad that they were literally they were showing you. They gave you their eyes. They gave you their eyes in the dream. They were in the room. You were seeing yourself through their eyes. That's why they were saying like this is like they were literally showing you in the dream the perspective that they have of you. And that's why you saw they were looking through to the other side to you and saying, I know how things look there, but this is what they look like over here. Because they prioritize different things, right? So crazy. I had a dream years ago where I was looking at myself in a mirror, but I looked so different, but also the same. My guides in meditation told me this is how they see me. Yes. So again, often, and again, like often when we have the mirrors, like when we see, I got to point out mirrors in the dream are basically like portals, right? So they're basically like they're like a lot of that work in terms of sometimes seeing mirrors is helping you recognize, like when I'm doing interpretations for clients, we look for certain clues to help us understand what type of dream we're reading for. And very frequently things like being able to read mirrors will often be indicative of guide readings. And Trishina, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. That I needed to start seeing myself that way. And this is why I love the dreams like this, because that's the energy that, like, again, I think it's really beautiful that reading was coming through during the Venus in retrograde, because it was literally the dream that was saying, I know you feel like a mess, but this is how we see you. You're not a mess. Look, you're not a mess. You're a work in progress. Look at this. You're not a mess. You're not stumbling, you're growing, right? It's really beautiful because they're like, they prioritize different things. I commented before they got they got on the list. No, it's okay, Rubes. No problem. Ma'am. I still, Hardy, I'm always happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Okay, next person we're reading for today we are reading for, if I'm still looking for Goddess, if Goddess isn't here, the next person we're reading for right now is Serena. Serena, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. You already got a card out, Serena. So let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, we've reached 50K likes. So after we're completed Serena's reading, we will also be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Serena, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. I've got you, dear. Guidance on life path. Can I get two more cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Better, not bitter. Better, not bitter. Don't get caught up on this. It's not worth your time. You know, I'm just saying something here. Um, one of the things that's coming through that's very important is remembering. I keep on hearing trust. Trust is never. Trust is never a failure point. Trust is never a failure point. Discernment is. Discernment is. And that's why, like, whatever this is that you're healing from right now, that's why I keep on hearing them say better, not bitter. Um, because, you know, I keep on hearing sometimes we have to go through things and they're supposed to change us. Sometimes we have to go through things and the victory is not letting it change us. Right? Sometimes some path work is such that we have to go through things and it is meant to change us. And some path work, going through something that we recognize was not okay, working through another person's fickleness, I'm getting, working through another person's inability to be energetically consistent. It can create those feelings of frustration. It can create those feelings of of like asking ourselves like what we did to deserve something. And I'm just seeing here that a lot of that work or a lot of that force, like being able to recognize and identify that, um, I keep on hearing your ability to move forward and not let something change you, um, is is going to be your victory here, because it really, like, I gotta tell you, and they're saying it right now, like, um, it feels to me like I keep on hearing it feels like someone was trying to pick you apart, you know? You are not, you know, you are not another person's, like, and that's the thing about it. Like when someone tries to pick us apart, you know, like when someone we care about, like, just looks at us and all they can see are flaws, they're saying, pay attention. Like that's not some, like, remember, if someone's trying to pick you apart, that's not someone that's trying to build a real connection. That's someone who's looking for someone to fill a role in their life, right? That's someone looking to, like, step into, like, another person, like what another person wants. And I keep on seeing, like, that is not someone that wants a whole person, right? Energy that tries to pick another person apart does not want a whole person. And they're gonna, and if you come to someone that's picking that's trying to come that's trying to, like, you know, create the ideal, like, person for themselves, and you come towards them as a whole person, you can't stay intact. You can't stay intact in a relationship like that. I keep on hearing your guide say you can't stay intact in a relationship like that. And a healthy manifestation does not require one to disassociate in, like, in order to stay within it. In a healthy manifestation, in a healthy relationship, we feel more, not less. And I feel like there's something about this where I can kind of see that you've been trying to do some kind of work. I also came that, like, the other thing they're saying to me is, remember, if someone wants something illogical with you, um, no amount of logic, and if someone is behaving in a way that's not logical, if someone's trying to create trauma, no amount of logic you can't bring any amount of logic to a traumatizing situation to make it stop. I know how painful that is. There's no amount of trauma. There's no amount of logic. And you have to remember, because trauma is created in creating pain that lacks any purpose, right? It's that moment where it's like, and again, a healthy relationship is not one that requires us to be perfect. But you know what? An unhealthy one is. An unhealthy one will continually tell you that the reason they're not giving you something is because you're not. Remembering that that means that they're trying to again have you fit into a role, right? Saying you're not like, we're not going to move. I'm not going to offer you anything if you keep acting like that, right? Be wary of someone trying to groom you for who they want you to be rather than embracing who you are. And I'll tell you right now, if you're moving away from that, that's why I keep on hearing better, not bitter. Don't let it change you. Let it reaffirm your own commitment to yourself. Some things, some things we achieve victory from by walking away and still being a whole person in the process. So if you're feeling like that right now, like again, the guides are saying congratulations, right? Because I keep on seeing energy that did not care about themselves as much would settle for less. Energy, be wary of energy that is used to building into relationships where another person is so desperate that they'll do anything, because those are the type of energies, like those are the time relationships that will leave you drained, will leave you exhausted, will leave you, like I keep on seeing, like gasping for air, right? There's no fixing that when you see it. You just have to recognize if it's occurring and move away from it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And again, I'll tell you, if you're a whole person and someone's trying to pick you apart, you got to read between the lines. They're never going to tell you that, right? They're never going to tell you that. They're never going to say, "Oh yeah, like I don't care who you are. This is all about who I want you to become." Right? It's like that energy. It's like those. You ever been in a relationship where it feels like someone just genuinely doesn't like you, right? Like when you see that, you are not. I keep on hearing there's something important. You are not the stand-in for someone's mother. Whatever hostility they carry for them, you are not their replacement. You're not their stand-in. You're not their punching bag, right? And if you feel like someone is like trying to put things on you or projecting things on you that you know are not them, I told you there's no amount of convincing that you can have when someone's projecting on you. The only thing you can do is walk away so they can recognize their shadow boxing. The only thing you can do is step back. I know how painful that is, but and again, they'll most likely find someone. They'll and if they rush, if you find out that there was someone immediately afterwards, or they're rushing to replace you, it's because again, like they're not working in terms of building healthy connections. They're working towards building replacements, you know? Remember, identify the energy that's not looking to build a healthy relationship. They're just looking for a replacement for something they had, right? The energy that always sentimentalizes the last one, right? That always compares you to the last one, right? Because the past is a place that's beautiful where nothing hurts. And that's why healthy energy does not exist in a place of comparison. They exist in a space of gratitude. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Serena. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here. Yeah, you are a gift, and make sure that you are moving in connection with energy that appreciates and is grateful for your presence. Thank you for having this reading with me, Serena. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for the versus energy that's just looking for someone to take care of them. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today. Well, actually, before we go forward on more readings, we did reach our 50K milestone, so I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Thank you, Angel, for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Serena. Thank you for confirmation, Rory. It's so frustrating to keep finding people. And here's the thing, though. Like, the thing about it, I can see it. And that's the thing I keep on hearing. What you walk away from gives you the gift and being able to see. Like, that's what I keep on hearing. They're saying better, not bitter. The gift of discernment that you're receiving from this, it's not going to happen again. Right? It's like I see even now, like, it's giving me a lot of this energy that's like you can see, like, you can, like, even now I see, like, it's like you don't have, like, you can see it, you know. And I need to point out, like, if you're reaching a point where instead of feeling devastated, you're just feeling disappointed, congratulations, right? Because you're understanding that it's not something that you can change, it's something that you would have to accept in order to maintain a relationship. They aren't looking for a whole person, and it's hard to not. No, here's the thing. I know, but that's the thing. They're like, don't take it personally. Let them go find someone else. It's not your job to convince someone why that's wrong. You can feel bad for them. Feel bad for them. You know, you can hold compassion for them. You can feel sorry for them. But again, what that really indicates is someone that's not trying to build a true, authentic, empathetic connection. That's someone that's looking for a caretaker, right? Like that's someone that's looking, like, just looking for someone, like, it's like they're not looking for a whole person, and again, a whole person cannot be in connection with someone that's just looking for someone to fill a role in their life. Thank you for confirmation, Trishina, as well, and Sana. Lori, what if you are their mother? I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, and it's really difficult. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. But I think that, I think that one of the things that we have to do, I think one of the things that we always try to do, as parents, is try to build that sense of empathy in those that we care for, helping them understand and recognize that like healthy relationships are things that we give to, we don't take from, right? I hope that helps. All right, so as I mentioned, we are at our 50K milestone, so I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. What I'm going to do right now is I am going to think of a number between 1 and 1 and 41. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order other than you guys posting them. Wow, Brian, like right off the bat. Congratulations. Thank you for winning that. That was a fast one. That's like one of our fastest. We will do that again if we get to 100K likes, so make sure that you continue to tap that screen. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the second person read for. List is nice and short today. If you'd like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. We are at 52.4K. When we get to 100K, I'll gift a reading back to the collective. And if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation payment by the tree that has binks in it in my bio. Please get off my hair. And you will be the second person read for. All right, Brian, and thank you so much, Brian. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today over on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on Substack. All right. General is fine. I've got you, dear. Can I please get 3 cards? 3 cards. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Can I get 3 cards for Brian? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. All right. Whoa, hold on. We got a bunch of extra cards here. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Well, on the bright side, I feel like the bright side is, I mean, I feel like you've been making like, I see you making like profound progress right now on your healing journey. Like this has been a long time coming. Like I'm just identifying here like you've made like you've come like a long way. Like you're in a very different space than you were like even 5 years ago. Like this was not easy, you know? Um and that's why, the thing about it is I got to tell you this. Some things some things we carry with us because we have to be healed to unpack. Some things we carry with us because we have got to be in a good headspace um to unpack. This is why we talk about the fact that like sometimes like it's okay to say like I'm not ready for shadow work. You know what I mean? Like we have to be in a good headspace to do shadow work because when we're in the like if we're I gotta tell you like this is what we talk about like shadow work. If you're not in a good space, if you're like in a space where like if you're in a space where you're being dominated by fear, you can't do shadow work because like it's just not going to work. Like it's like shadow work. Like that's what's difficult about it. It's like it's triggering, right? You've got to be like you have got. It's like you have to be like you have to carry your own torch into the darkness of the self to a certain extent. You have to be in a space where you feel strong enough to carry your own flashlight, and so that's why I feel like I've got a guide like near you right now that on one side they're like patting your shoulder in congratulations. And on the other side they're like patting your shoulder in like in relationality to what comes next. But and I need to stress when I say what comes next, the thing that they're saying is it's not that like everything is better moving forward, right? But that's why I can see that some of this work feels like shadow work because and I need to point this out, like we heal from trauma so that we can be ready for joy, right? We heal from trauma so that when we start feeling joy, we don't feel like it's a trick. We don't feel like it's a trap. We heal from trauma so that we can effectively remember that some things, and I know you can usually tell when someone's traumatized when I say this, some things feel good because they are good. And that is like when we come from a place of a lot of trauma, that is the hardest thing to believe, right? Because those spaces of trauma always made us feel that good had to come with a price, right? It's like waiting for that other shoe to drop, like the senselessness. We can't have nice things. So I want you to remember that because I feel like I see you kind of navigating some new path work. And it's not that it's bad. It's that it's great. It's that it's better than great. But I feel like that's the hard thing because like when we move into those spaces and we're healing and things are great, we've had a lot of trauma in our past. Um, those are those moments that we start to feel like survivor's guilt, right? We start to feel that sense of falseness. We start to feel that worry or fear and saying, this can't possibly last, or I'm not worth this. So I want you to be really gentle with yourself, like as you navigate that. Because I like to point out half the first half of the battle of healing from trauma is getting away from the thing that has traumatized us. The other half of the battle is spending every day walking forward with its shadow behind us and saying every step of the way, as it tries to whisper to us to come back, you have no power over me. You don't, the things you taught me about myself were not true. The things that you tell me are happening are false. The anxieties or the fears that try to crawl back out of the woodwork that make me try to feel like I'm back in that place, those are not true, right? So I want you to think about that. I want you to remind yourself as you're doing that work. And this is what we talk about with shadow work, right? That's what we say with shadow work. It's like when all those doubts and fears start crawling out of the woodwork, we just say, get out of here, right? You say, get get out, get. You go go on, get. You know, you're not welcome here. Um, and I want you to recognize, like, you've got a lot of guides that are very. I feel like there's a lot of guides that are working to try to protect your progress in that way. And again, I got to tell you, it's okay. Like the guides are saying, it's okay if you have those moments that you look around and you say to yourself, this doesn't feel real, right? I want you to remember that in those moments, it's because I want you to hold yourself even more compassion in those moments and saying, I'm recovering. Like when you've had those moments that says, this doesn't feel real, I want you to say to yourself, I'm recovering from experiences that made me feel that good, actual good, was an illusion. That is your mantra, right? I want you to write that down somewhere. When you start to feel that like surrealness, I want you to look at it and let it anchor you back. Okay. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's hard, right? Because like this is the thing, like this is these wounds, right? Like having to heal or recover, like that's it's those moments that we get like we get frustrated, we get angry. I want you to write down, I am recovering. If you start to feel, if you start getting moments that you start feeling like things aren't real, like things are too good to be true, I want you to write down somewhere, I am healing from a past that made me feel that good was an illusion. Okay? I'm recovering from a past that made me feel that good was an illusion. Because I see even now, like it's gonna like, and this is the thing, like we like when we come on our healing process, it's not the fact that things get easier. It sometimes gets harder because we recognize, I keep on hearing, we recognize the burden of the weight that we're carrying, right? And a lot of these, I feel like there's a lot of work I see that's happening for you soon in relationality to healing wounds of intimacy, right? And sometimes when we're healing wounds of intimacy, it's not the fact that something is bad that triggers us. It's that something is good and it feels like we don't deserve it, or it feels like it can't be real, or all of that anxiety and fear comes up in terms of how we can maintain and sustain it. So again, I want you to kind of think about that message to kind of bring you back when you start to feel like that. When you start to feel like that and you start to feel those doubts and those fears creep in, I want you to anchor yourself by saying to yourself, I am healing from a past that made me feel that good was an illusion, right? Because that was the illusion, not this. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brian. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm still looking for goddess, but if anyone else would like to get on the list for a full reading today, the list is open. You will be the next person read for. Also, when we get to 100K likes, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Victoria, thank you so much for getting on the list. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. Just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Also, just a reminder, if anyone would like to get on the list via a gift, the gift of a baby dragon will also get you on the list today. All right. It's okay. It's the same as it's the same as Brian. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Damn. Yes. Melly, you're worth being able. Oh, thank you, Lori and Danae. All right, Lori, thank you for getting on the list, and Danae, thank you for getting on the list. We do have three. We've got three. We got one, two, three. We got three more. We got four more spots on the list for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list, Melly, you are worth being able to experience happiness. Tap to claim. Thank you. Once I was working out and meditating and heard overachiever. Is that a good thing? I mean, I think that. I mean that's saying to me that that's an echo of some of that. Like that's saying to me that that's some of the echo of the trauma that you're healing, right? Like it's the energy that's making you feel that doing something good for yourself is it's like I almost hear them saying like you're making us all look bad, right? Like what do you have it's a lot of that energy of someone saying like what do you have to smile about, you know? So I don't like I don't feel I'm not experiencing that in a way that feels like it's good. It feels to me like it's an echo of something like that's what I meant with some of that shadow work, you know, because I need to stress this. Like um the term overachiever is basically are trying to say that someone's trying to do more than they should in some way, right? So I feel like there's something about the association with that, which is like like I said. Remember when I said some of those little words, some of those little things crawling out of the woodwork from the past that you're starting to heal. They're saying to me that that's one of the indications of that. If that helps, Brian. Yes, thank you, Trishina. And that's the thing, like, if you claim ownership over it, right? If you're saying to yourself, like, "Yes, I am an overachiever. I'm proud of that. I'm not" you like, it says to me, like, it literally gives me some kind of trauma that you're healing from, where someone was saying things to you that what others would say are good things, and they were trying to make you feel like they were bad things. So they're saying that there's something about that shadow work that you're doing, that you're claiming ownership over those things. You're not apologizing for them, you know? Yeah, and that's what that you see, Brian, the way you're describing it. Yeah, I thought it was until I started to overthink it, right? Like that's exactly that description of having to feel some kind of anxiety. Like I'm getting like having to work through somebody giving you some kind of backhanded compliment. They're saying to me like that's what a lot of that trauma that's getting unlocked is. Suffering people can hurt others and hurt people can heal and love, breaking cycles. Tap to claim, beautifully said Trishina. I understand as a fellow overthinker and trauma survivor. Thank you guys support so much for supporting each other in the live. You're so welcome, Brian. You're one of my favorite readers. Oh, that means so much to me. And I'm so glad these messages helped. And I'm so glad they were needed. All right. Hi, Victoria. I just want to know about the possible reconciliation with the person. I did a work. I did a work for it. I just want to know what's the energies around that. Okay, you mean you did some personal work around it. Okay. Okay, can I please bear with me one moment. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. We've also got 4 spots left for today. And when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Can I please have 3 cards for Victoria? 3 cards for Victoria. What's going on with that energetic connection? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Thank you. I mean, here's the thing about it, okay? They're and I need to work through this because they're saying yes and no. All right. Um, your side, like I keep on saying your side, like, I keep on hearing like your side of the street right now is clean, but there's something really important. I keep on saying there's something really important and to recognize um, between what this person wants and what you want. Because I see someone, like I literally see someone here that misses you. right? Like I can hear them. Like I hear them going like, I want to go back, 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 back. Like they want to go. I keep on going. I want to go back, back, back. Like back, 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 back. I keep on hearing back, back, back. Bring it back, bring it back. Like it's like, but like Backstreet Boys. Like what the heck? Like I just keep on hearing like I see them. Like I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back. Like I keep on hearing someone that keeps on like saying to themselves, I want to go back. But that's the thing about this right now. You don't want to go back. You want to go forward. You want to go they want to go back and you want to go forward, right? They're getting nostalgic over something that you're recovering from. Um if you're like, and I can feel like you guys are pulling on each other. This is like taffy, like this is tug of war, you know? Like yeah, there's a connection, but the thing about the connection is it's a lot of it's a lot of this. It's a lot of this. Um, you have to think about whether it's possible for a connection like this to exist without one of you feeling like you've made a profound concession. A healthy manifestation should not feel like one must disassociate in order to come towards it. And the problem with the situation that the guides are showing me is what you want and what they want. Like there's a gap there. I see someone that it's giving me some kind of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Where are you? You know, did you change your mind yet? Like I can see something here where someone really I see something where someone thought they I don't know if they said this, but it feels like it was everything that they wanted it to be. It was perfect. I keep on hearing them say it was perfect, and then they had to go ruin it with asking where it was going. You know, I keep on, and I gotta stress this: something that's going somewhere is never ruined by someone asking where it's going. Something is something per something going somewhere. I keep on hearing one of your guides saying this. Something going somewhere is never ruined by asking where it's going. Um, so as it relates to the work that you've been doing on it, and this is the thing that they're saying, you know, and this is the thing that you have to kind of recognize here. It's like the door's open on something, you know? Like if you were trying to open a door, if you were trying to build a connection with someone, like the connection's there. But the thing is, it's like the manifestation goals haven't changed, you know? Um, we can't we cannot be in a space where we change each other's manifestation goals, and I feel like I keep on seeing that um, you know and I want you to just remember, keep this in mind, um, as it relates to this energy, because I see the fact, they're like you're both waiting on the other. Like I see you being like, are they going to come after me? And the other person saying like, are they going to come back? Both of you are saying the same thing. The door's wide open, but you have to agree to what the other one wants. So I guess the big question here is, if you're asking me, like the one thing I'm going to say is, if you're asking me if this person is going to come back, the answer is yes. If you're asking me if this person is going to come back and want something different with you, I'll put it this way: the way you'll be able to tell that is wherever you left it is not a chalkboard erase moment; it's a bookmark, right? And remember, someone saying "I miss you" is not the same thing as someone that says "I want the same things as you," right? Someone saying, "Do you want to come? Do you want to come here?" Right? Like the energy that says, "I want to start again," is not saying, "I want the same long term thing that you want." They're saying, "I want to restart." So just be conscientious about the difference about someone coming towards you, make sure they're able to articulate what it is that they want to change. Because if this is the energy, um, like if this is the energy that's coming towards you, like make sure that it's not going to be the same energetic cycle. And that's what I keep on seeing. It's like, and we have to be careful at this. Sometimes when we, when we pull too hard on each other, it's like we start again, but then we break off at the same exact moment because again, another person's going back to the sweet spot, and it's more, it's like, like I just keep on seeing. It's like I keep on hearing the only way this works is if one of you gives up, like feels like it's a concession or feels like you change your mind about what it is that you want. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because I keep on hearing them say, they said I keep on hearing them say you're the one that left. I don't know why they're saying this. You know? Like they're saying make sure like it's like I can see someone here, like, and I keep on seeing like it's like it's it's not about whether you guys like I'm telling you right now, this is, I mean, if you're asking me if they're coming back, it's not if, it's when. Like, because energy like this, you guys are still so like connected to each other, you know. But the bigger question is not whether they're coming back; it's whether that they actually want the same things as you. And I'm just going to say again, remember, a healthy relationship, a healthy manifestation does not require you to disassociate in order to move towards it. It shouldn't feel like you're letting go of your dreams to accept what something can be. It should feel like you guys are sharing the same dream as you move together. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Victoria. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Lori. Lori, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else is interested in getting on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. We've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left if you would like to secure your spot on the list for a reading today. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Robert, hold on a minute, dear. I don't understand. They contacted me this moment, and the next time she doesn't. I'm wondering. I mean, I'm happy to read for you on that, Robert. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 4th person read for. Oops, I'm an overachiever and I totally own that. You see? And that's the thing about it. Like, that's why they're saying, like, that's why it feels like shadow work. It feels like someone taking something that another said to them in a backhanded way and almost like healing and saying, that's nothing to apologize for. It's something that I feel proud of, you know? Sarah, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the compliment, Victoria. Arlene, thank you for confirmation. It's funny because he broke it off, but it's saying to me, like, that's the thing, like it's feeling to me like I see them being like they're waiting for you to come back in some way because they're saying to me like it says to me like there was some kind of argument in relationality to like I keep on hearing like someone being like you're making problems. Like keep in mind when someone says like you're making problems where problems don't exist, right? When someone says you're making problems where problems don't exist, like it requires you to read between the lines and understand what they were really saying is, I don't want the same things as you, right? Like that's the thing. When someone says you're making problems when problems don't exist, it's like what they're really saying is, I don't prioritize the same things as you. How can 2 walk together unless they agree? Well, I mean, and that's the thing, like, you know, that's why we always have to be very conscientious. Like that ability of saying to each other, let's just see where this goes is wild to me. Because when we say let's just see where this goes, we always have an intention or an ideal about where we want something to go. So I always say there's like nothing is ever more dangerous than saying let's just see where this goes because you're going to effectively potentially reach an impasse, you know? Hold on a minute. I mean, and that's the thing about it. Like and that's the thing that's so painful here. It's like two can walk together, Arlene, without agreeing. But as you said, how can two walk together unless they agree? Two can walk together, but one of them feels like they've made a concession, right? Like if we want different things, then that modality of walking together often feels like the other's making a concession. It doesn't feel joyful. It feels like resignation. And Candelian, thank you for those hearts. And so again, if it's any consolation, I mean, the one thing I'm seeing even now is that and whatever work you are doing around it, I keep on hearing the one thing that the guides are saying is the doors are open, but they keep on saying to me the thing to pay attention there, Victoria, is they're saying the doors are open. Just be conscientious of what you have to let go of in order to move through it, into it, like through it. Thank you. That was actually so beautifully said. I got emotional. You're so welcome, Victoria. Thank you for having that reading with me, and wish you the best of luck on your journey. Hi there, Gerardo. How are you doing today? Good to see you. I got you, Melly. You're on the list. Mercury in action. Well, Mercury is like, right, I'm telling you, man, Mercury's right on top of Venus right now. It's a lot of this nobody's got time for that kind of energy. It's a lot of that. Nobody's got time for that. I'm late for a very important date kind of energy. Oh, absolutely, Kay. Happy to add you as a mod reading. And guys, please thank Kay for their help as a mod. All right. I know people can compromise, but he was super swayed by so many people. He did a full 180. Well, I can see. No, listen to me. I can see a bunch of energy saying, I can hear them saying, you're doing it again. And what's interesting about it is they're saying again, like there's something about the energy around them that I can see someone being it's like the energy, like watching someone go through a site, you know, like what is this? I keep on hearing someone say, like, you're getting too old for this kind of thing, you know? I trust me. No, I feel like I keep on hearing that, like the energy around them. I keep on hearing the energy saying to some extent, this one hurts. Someone is giving them a talking to about it. You know, like someone is like, I keep on hearing someone say, you can't live like this. So I don't know why they're saying, like, you can't, like, how much longer? Like it's a lot of that, like, you know. Like I don't know why someone's saying, like, I can hear someone being like, they're not the boss of me, being like it's like I don't know why, like it's like this energy being like, I literally hear them in active argument with someone that's close to them, like that wants to kind of say it, like, and I see them being like trying not to say it in some way, like trying to say to them, like, you're being a bit of an idiot, like, like, what did you do? And they're going, I didn't do anything, and they're like, I know what you did, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of, I can see someone being like I like really be like, I almost hear that, I can see it, like, I really like that. I hear them going, I really like that one. Like they're like, someone's like energy is worried about them, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And that's why I'm saying right now, Victoria, if that energy comes back towards you, it's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's got to be a bookmark. Everything you need to know is going to be different between someone saying, I miss you, versus I'm ready to talk about what you want. Right? Don't whatever it was, bring it right back there. Okay. Thank you again for having that reading with me, and thank you. And I wish you the best of luck on that journey. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Lori. Lori, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, we've got room on the list right now. We've got 3 more spots today. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. You're welcome, Kay. I know people can compromise, but he was super swayed. I mean, here's like an energy like that has to understand, and I keep on seeing it. Like they've got like, The life of the I keep on hearing the life of the party should never get opinions from those who think that they're the life of the party. I'm just going to put it like that. The life of the party should never get opinions from those that think they're the life of the party. I keep on hearing that. The life of the party should never get opinions from those that think they're the life of the party. Why? Right? What the spirit wait, what the spirit wants? Confirmation. You're welcome, Adam. Right? Why does the life of the party not get opinions from those that think they're the life of the party? Wait, hold on, Lori. The spirit? Like spirit or a spirit? I just want to confirm this right now. Lori, we got it. The okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for confirmation. I just wanted to make sure. All right, all right. The tea. Can I get 4 cards, please? What's going on? What's going on? And thank you for being a subscriber, Lori. Oh God. They're I feel silly saying this. They're lonely. They're lonely. Um here's the thing, you're sensitive and they're lonely. And it's just nice to talk to somebody. This is what I'm getting. You know, you're sensitive. They're lonely. It's like you can see me, like I can see someone being like, "Oh my God, I think they can see me." I can see some I can see someone going, "Oh wait, you can see me." Like I see them going like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." Like, they're going like I literally see someone going, "Whoa, whoa, 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 come back here. Hold on, you can see me?" Like it's giving me some kind of energy. Um, you know, I mean like I don't know if like you've got like you got like like when like I gotta tell you, some and this is the thing with like with spirits, like this is somebody who feels kind of stuck. Like this is a stuck energy, right? And the thing with stuck energy is like they're stuck. Um, and when they're and I mean I can see they mean well, you know. It's nice to have some company, they're like it's just genuinely nice to have some company. Um, like when So I'll put it this way, and this is the thing about it. Here's the thing, and and this is why like I always and it's funny too because like whenever I'm reading for spirit, I always like need to understand like why the spirit's around. Sometimes spirit hangs around. Sometimes spirit hangs around because because someone's important to them, right? Um, sometimes sometimes spirit sticks around because some place is important to them. And this feels like an energy that is deeply connected to a place, right? Like it feels like it's not, and I don't like they're like like it's not that they're stuck, but and that's the thing about it is like it feels like someone that is connected to a location. And so if this is something that um like often when I see energy like this, um if it's feeling temperamental, um, like I feel like it's coming through in some kind of space to let you identify that it's there, right? Um, it doesn't I keep on hearing um like respective of space, you know? Like it feels like a lot of this energy here that and I'm not sure why, but like I gotta stress this, like there's a little bit of temperamentality, like I see. But the thing about the temperamentality is um it doesn't necessarily feel like it actually feels like it doesn't feel like it's directed to you, right? It actually like it feels a little bit like someone saying you know, like like they like I keep on hearing that they're there and they want they're like trying to let you know that they want like they want acknowledgement. They want to make their presence known. They recognize like often when energy's there, like it's like they get excited because they're like, oh, you can like you can I can hear the energy be like, oh, you can see me. Like that's great. Like that doesn't happen often, right? Because when you're in that space, there's almost like there's like an eagerness, Um, I feel like, if it's any consolation, um, it feels like a vote of confidence for you. It feels like energy. I don't know if you just moved somewhere or if you discovered this somewhere. I would be very curious um, as to when this started or where it came from, because the thing about it is um, it does feel in some way, shape, or form. It feels somewhat protective of you. You know, I would not be surprised if there are things that are connected to you being upset for them to kind of say, I'm angry too. Like I see them being like, you're angry, I'm angry. Like it's giving me a little bit of that, like we're both angry. I wasn't okay with that either. Like it's giving me a little bit of that type of energy. you know? Like I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't something that's connected to like your own emotions, because they're saying to me that it's them, like it's like it's like saying like I agree with the emotional outburst kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like it feels like someone being like, me too. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't stand for that. um I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy message, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, it doesn't feel harmful, you know um it feels like it feels like I need to point out like I feel like some things on spirit, and I mean like some things on spirit are just like you know like some things in spirit are just like and it feels a little bit like that. Like I don't know why they're saying like, and again sometimes when others aren't attuned to it, spirit will often be like, I'm just glad to have some company. You know what I mean? Like they get very like it's like like there's a little bit like it's giving like a little bit of like like it is like there is something here that's like it's very much like just like it's like just like the acknowledgement, like just letting you know, because I'll point this out. um when we're not afraid of things, like when we're not afraid, like that's the thing, like typically it's hard sometimes for spirit to connect, because if others are, it's not that others can't see it, but like if others run away from it, they're like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, because like I think that they recognize that you're not bothered by it. You know what I mean? Like it's like the fact that they understand that you're not like it doesn't freak you out. Like it makes them like that's like that like they're like that's the thing. like that, like it's not, they're not, it's like, it's giving me, it's like, that's not the thing. It's not giving me a boo. It's giving me a, like that, like, because often, I don't know why, they're like, because I see them being like, often when I do that, they take it as a boo. You know what I mean? I keep like that. That's why I kept on saying it's just nice to have company, because the energy is going. Typically, when I do that, like energy takes it as a boo instead of a hi. I just see Stitch. Stitch, when Stitch is like trying to learn how to smile, and he's like hi. like, like that type of energy, being like, oh, where are you going? Oh no, they're running away again. you know Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lori. And if this message, and that's why, I mean, like, that's why I keep on seeing like all these cards. Like, look, the only cards that's in reversal is them being like, like, um, the other than, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is, hold on a minute, no, Lori. Lori, if you're here, actually, Kay, I just want to make sure it's not too late for you, because I know if you need to get to bed, just let me know and I'll try to advance you on the list. The next person on the list right now is Lori. Lori, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific. Oh wait, no wait, sorry, we just did, like, apologize, we just did Lori. The next person on the list right now is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We've got 3 spots left for today. 3 spots left if you would like to get on the list. The list is open. Also, when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I've got you, Danae. Hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Girl, you got spirits. I love it, Bridget. I shut that ish down when I was 15. Nope, don't want to see spirits. Thank you. Sometimes yeah, sometimes you got to be like that. But that, good for you, Bridget. Like, honoring your nope. Be like, nope, nope. How do you shut you? I gotta stress, like, sometimes the best way to shut that down is just use your words. Honestly, if you're experiencing that, say it out loud. I mean, if it's bothering you, just say it out loud. Right? I like to point out, especially spirits, they're spirits, they're not psychic. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that happens too. Maybe higher. I mean higher energy. Yeah. Same. Now that I can sense and feel spirits, I allow them in, but don't see them, and that's way better. That's fair. But that's the thing. Like, again, you talk to your guides. You're like this. That's okay. No, that's not helpful to me. Very smart, Bridget. I just moved in. Oh, you just moved in with the daughter 10 hours away from home. So that, you remember how I said that they're connected to the location? All right, thank you for confirming. Um, this is hold on a minute. Oh, I love that purr. Yes. All right. This read. I mean, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it's funny because it feels like, I mean, and here's I would say, if this is bothering you, if this is distressing you, then I would articulate and make that known as well, because I feel like I see someone that isn't, they're well intended, right? I can accept that. Thank you. And it does feel like a masculine energy. If it's it does feel like a masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I'll occasionally talk to the lady that used to live here, but she's too busy. There you go. you know, Sometimes places just got, it's like got roommates. I've had a spirit, or maybe many, in my apartment since I've lived here. They're okay with my cats. That's good, right? Again, it's not, I mean, as long as you're okay with it, as long as it's not creating anxiety or distress in you, you know? Um, Like typically energy like this will only get upset if you're doing something like somewhere they're connected to and they don't like it, you know? Oh, thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. Guys, I would like to ask if I can advance Kay up on the list because her time change is such that it's very late where they are. And Brenna, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Pops, if you get on the list right now, you'll be the one, two, three, fourth person read for, dear. Good to see you, day. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I did too. But I still feel them. Contemplating turning it on again, only if it feels like only if it feels like it serves your higher self, Jet Set. But it's good that you're taking that into consideration. I saw one spirit when I was very little, but now I'm like, nope, I don't want to see that. And here's the thing, that's okay too, right? It's okay either way, right? But the fact that you can articulate me like that's not something I want to encourage, like that's good too. Eddie, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Amber. All right. Thank you. Exactly. I like that. Hold on a minute. Good afternoon. I'm exploring religion and spirituality. Any tips for anyone unsure? Um, I'd say, when you say unsure, I mean, I think that it's always a beautiful thing to be able to, the understanding of religion and spirituality is always a gift that gives back. Because even if we don't necessarily believe, like agree to something that we learn, it helps us like understand others' perspective as well. You know, I like to think about the fact that all spirituality is unified and different practices are all different facets that help us connect to the same source of energy. So I would kind of take that into your own explorations in that, Laya, in terms of finding a connection that feels like it connects most deeply to you and your highest self. I hope that helps. And thank you for that beautiful question. I love the spirits. I think they're fun. I talk to them. You see, here's the thing. Some of us, it feels supportive. Some of it can be anxiety inducing. It also depends on the spirit. Like take your time, observe, and don't rush the process. Tap to claim. You're so welcome, Kay. All right. When spirit is around me, my energy gets heightened, almost like a higher vibration, which can, yeah. I mean, and it has a different impact on all of us, right? Okay. I'm not seeing, oh, we're reading for Danae right now. Danae, did you put your question in? Did I miss it? Second call right now for Danae. And again, Danae, oh, spirit led. Okay, cool. And then I'm actually going to ask, would you guys be okay? We're going to do K Megan after Danae because of the time. So the listed right now is going to be Danae, K Megan, and then we're going to do. I mean, Danae, unless you're okay with K Megan going before you, we've got Danae, K Megan, and Melissa. It does help. You're so welcome, Leah. Yeah, I have two spirit guides. There you go. That's beautiful. All right. Okay, so we're doing. Hold on a minute. All right. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Okay. Whoop. And guys, just a reminder, when we get to 100K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We've also got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left. Can I please have, all right. Okay, cool. Okay, so Melly, you're okay with Kay going first? That's really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So Kay, and Melly, I'll draw. Thank you so much. Can you let me know, Kay? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help moderating. Question. All right, got you, dear. Thank you, really, Danae. That means a lot. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, amazing. Congratulations, Amber. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a beautiful day, dear. All right, can I please have 4 cards for Kay? 4 cards for Kay. We got 5 cards coming out. I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing here. Um, you know, these are some like really like these are some really really intense cards. And I keep on hearing like every time I read for this energy, um I keep on hearing like I just keep on hearing them saying like this really like loud bellow like I am on a quest. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of this energy of someone that really feels like they are on a quest, like they are on a mission, that there is something that they are meant to do that is of the utmost importance, right? Like it is like it really like it feels to me like I see someone like it's giving me like this energy of like it's giving me a lot of this energy of someone that's like really um like they're very very focused on something, and it feels like they're very very focused um like and the thing about this is when I see someone in this modality, when they're so driven on the pathwork of personal understanding of self, right? It can sometimes create those spaces where those that are in their life feel like they are inconveniences, right? Like it can create that moment that feels like, it almost feels like the energy that feels like it's like I want you to imagine, like I want you to imagine that you feel like you're on a quest and there you are in the middle of a quest and then someone comes over and tries to interrupt you with something that feels banal, right? And it's like you can't take it seriously because like you're in that space, you're like I'm on a quest and now you're blocking me from my quest, right? And I can see this, and I feel like this is the different about it because and that's the thing that keeps on coming through to me that feels like it's confusing because every time I ask this energy and I say, "What are you looking for?" I keep on hearing the energy say, I'll know it when I find it." Right? Like it's like the energy that says, "I'm on a quest," and then I say, "What are you looking for?" And they go, "I'll know it when I find it." And I want to say, like, that's the thing you have to be wary of because when we say to ourselves, "I'm on a quest," and I'm like, "What are you looking for?" And you're like, "I don't know." I like a part of me like, is that a quest or is that a side quest? Right? Because like the desire to find something that is unattainable, um, like you know, it's it's sometimes, and I think we've talked about this with this energy. It's like hooked on a feeling, right? Right? When we are in a space that we're saying, "I'm on a quest," and I go, "Okay, well, what are you looking for?" And they'll go, "I know I know it. I'll know it when I find it." I'm like, "Okay, so is that?" And that's why I said, "Is that a quest or is a side quest?" Because does that just mean that you're hooked on the feeling of being on a quest, right? And that anyone and like when real life intervenes, when something moves you back into the space of like the present, it feels like it's interrupting like the feeling of chasing the feeling, right? Um, so I feel like there's something about this that like I'm a little bit like I feel like I'm a little bit like I feel like I read like a lot of these cards often when I read for this energy they give me like they give me concern, right? Um, because it's like it feels like energy that's like chasing after intensity, right? It feels like energy that's like on that mission of like finding something that like, like moves them into like some kind of space of like a thrill. You know what I mean? Like it feels like thrill is like thrill seeking, right? And like the thing is when we're in a space that when we're thrill seeking, um we sometimes push away the things that actually nourish us, right? Like when we're in the space that we chase after a thrill, we forget that something that's thrilling is like, again, it's like chasing after a high. Like it may feel good, but it doesn't nourish you. So, you know, and that's the thing about it. Like, and that's why I would say, it's like often when I see energy like this, you have to be wary of the fact of like those moments that they come to their senses, right? Because I worry when I see a situation or scenario like this, like someone once the thrill is gone, once they recognize that like the space of thrill, like the thing with thrill is like thrill is always about newness, but everything loses that shine of thrill in the knowledge of understanding. Sometimes when this energy moves further in their cycle, they look back and they realize that they let go of the most important things while on a quest for something that was unattainable, right? Um, it's giving me like a lot of Green Knight energy, right? If you want to understand something like this, like I'd say, like watch the movie Green Knight. It's going to give you a lot of indications of the type of path work that I'm recognizing here. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, a lot of that Emperor energy, right? Like the journey. I always point out the journey of finding themselves, of finding the self, is more times than not a circle, right? Like the ability of trying to find something outside of the self and then suddenly recognizing it's within. This is often those moments that we sometimes put our head in our hands and say, the most important things I let slip in the journey of finding myself were the things that, like the things that had the most meaning in my life, were the things I allowed to slip through my fingers on the journey of finding myself, right? So I think that there's something really significant about this, about like I feel like they're on some kind of pathwork of self-understanding and knowledge. But that's the thing about it. It's like I see that they're so focused upon it that until they come into that space of clarity or wisdom, and that's the only thing I worry about when I see energy like this. It's like the energy that feels like instead of finding something, they just found the lost and found, right? It's like, oh, like I have to, oh, right. It's a lot of that, oh no, right? It's a lot of that, it's a lot of that, it's a lot of that moment that can kind of build into that space of only recognizing something after it's passed us by. So, I would be very mindful of that because, it's not really, like I said, it's not really something that you can change within a person. I keep on hearing what they're really needing to learn. Like they've got a guide next to them that says they're hungry, but the thing that they're actually supposed to be learning is learning that they can satiate that hunger in ways that don't destroy relationships in the process, right? That it doesn't have to be. I keep on hearing the fire does not have to consume. The fire can create warmth. Thank you for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got room for maybe one more person on the list for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my website. The next person we're reading for today is, thank you again for your patience today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it'll be the 3rd person read for. All right. And I believe we said spirit led, Danae. Can you just confirm? Yeah, sometimes I'm like, is that mine or is that someone else's? That's a good way of using discernment there, Bridget. The quest energy is so accurate. I feel like I've been tossed aside for the quest, and I don't know if I can ever forgive that. No, I understand it. Like that's what I mean. I can kind of see you saying like I'm not standing in the way of your quest, right? Like I can like here's the thing. Like often energy like that like comes back after a long time and goes, "Oh my god, there that was the like you know what I mean? Like thank you, Mahi, for the follow. I would never have tossed him aside for any of mine. Sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. I know how difficult that is. Hi there, Madi. How are you doing? Grace, your spirit guides will help you question things you're not strong enough to ask. Beautifully said, Grace. Tap to claim. You have to be open. Absolutely. Thank you again, Kay, for having that reading with me. And thank you for all of your help moderating. Second call, just confirming Danae's still here. Danae, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Just let me know. Danae, I think you said spirit-led, so you can just confirm yes if that's still the case. I just want to make sure that you're still in the room before we get started on your reading. Second call for Danae right now. Exactly. I would have been cheering him on every step of his quest. He didn't have to throw me away. Sending you so much support, Kay. Yes, thank you, Danae. Can I get 4 cards? 4 cards, please. Highest priority. And that's the thing about it. Like I see like that's why these like moments can feel like huge rifts, because that's the energy that says I would have been your champion. Like that's the thing. Like I wasn't standing in the way of your quest. I would have been your champion on it. Can I please get 4 cards for Danae, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Thank you. Woo! What is this? I got some like counterpart energy around you coming in strong. You know? But like I keep on seeing like here's the thing. When's your Saturn return, man? This feels like something has changed. Something has changed. You know? Like this is like I just gotta say, and I'm gonna point this out. And like here's the thing. Sometimes we move away from things and we look back and we say, I could have done better. Sometimes we look back and we say, that was way worse than I ever thought it was. Right? Like I just keep on seeing this here, and I feel like some of this shift that's occurring around something is I just feel like there's a lot of karmic clearing that's happening around you right now. And a lot of it has to do, um, you're changing your opinion on like I mean, it feels to me like you've gotten the ick on something, you know? Something you found sweet, you're not finding sweet anymore. Something that you were beating yourself up about, you're not beating yourself up about it anymore. It's not looking, I keep on hearing like perspective is everything. And sometimes you just need to get far enough away from something. We talk about this closure. Sometimes closure is not going backwards, closure is about going forward, right? If something is confusing, sometimes we get far enough away from it, we can see it way clearer, right? And sometimes when we step back from something, like I said, I keep on hearing your guide say, sometimes we step back from something and we say, I could have done better. Sometimes we step back from something and we say, that was way, 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 I keep on hearing way, way worse. And like that's the thing. Like it sounds to me like the tolling of a bell, right? It sounds to me like the tolling of a bell, because I just keep on seeing that. I see you coming into yourself, you're flourishing. I see you like, feeling that sense of finding yourself. I see you kind of standing in your power to a certain extent. And I see energy around you that is not making you feel like you have to apologize for being yourself. And I got to tell you right now, like when we're in that space where we're healing from situations or circumstances where someone always made us feel like we were the energetic outcast, where it felt like we were always scrambling to try to do something better. And then we finally come into connection with someone that like starts to appreciate us or starts to see us or starts to help us recognize our inherent value and the gift that we are. We start seeing things and that we're like, we look back, we open, I keep on hearing, we open that book of our past up again, and we start rereading some pages because suddenly something that we saw seems a heck of a lot different in the light of day. Something that we experienced feels, what a difference. I keep on hearing like, what a difference a year makes, you know? So if you're feeling like that right now, I know it, like, again, like sometimes we heal, we get angrier. That's okay, right? Bitter, not better, not bitter, right? If you're feeling like that, if you're feeling like you're seeing something and the further you get, the worse it looks, congratulations. You got away from it. Congratulations, right? Because that it's in that moment that we say, not only was it worse, but it would have only gotten worse, right? Not only was it worse, but it would have only gotten worse. Some things we look at and go, yeah, that was something I was trying to fix. There was no fixing it. It was someone trying to make it. Like the reason I couldn't fix it is someone was trying to make it worse. You know what I mean? Like it's like, it's like, it's like a lot of that, like, some situations it's like, I was hopeless. Yeah, because we had to abandon hope to inhabit it. Right. Like, yeah. So it's like, yeah, it was hopeless because like hope could not exist in that situation, right? The hope was the problem. Um, I feel like this is going to be an ongoing journey for you. It's going to be perpetual recovery, and I want you to remember, it's okay if you feel triggered. It's okay if you feel triggered at moments that something brings you back to something, because I feel like you may have a lot of. I keep on saying you may have a lot of moments right now that feel like deja vu, and a lot of that deja vu maybe those moments that you're finally receiving something like some I need to point this out. Sometimes when it feels like we get deja vu, like don't get triggered by the past, because sometimes the universe, has us experience something a second time to say to us, now I want to show you what that would have been like with someone that actually wanted the same things you did. Now I want to show you what that would have been like with someone that actually cared, right? Now I'm going to show you that what you did in that moment was not your fault. It was what you experienced, right? So I just want you to be mindful of that, because I see even now, like this feels to me like there's a lot of shifting that's happening. Your standards are raising, right? You're not putting up with things. And I feel like I see like a lot of doors opening around you at this time. And at the same time, a lot of doors shutting forever. But I don't see, like, here's the thing I keep on hearing, the doors that are closing are the doors that you simply you're like, some doors we can't walk through when our standards are too high, right? Like we just recognize, like, again, it's like we look at something and we say that it's no longer who we are, right? We know ourselves too well. And I feel like there's some of that moment, like I see that you're experiencing, that like you're going, if you're feeling that, like I feel like, and I keep on seeing, I'd be very curious to know when your Saturn return is, because they're saying that it's something about that feels like it's in correlation to what I'm seeing here, because it's just you like saying like, I don't have to lower my standards, I need to raise them. Bottom of the deck, yeah, seven of wands. I feel like I see you in some kind of situation or position where you're just like, again, I keep on hearing you're not in a place where you feel like you need to articulate why you're important or why you're valuable, right? That's the thing that I'm seeing that's happening right now across several different vectors, right? I see you being like, I don't want to have to explain to another. Like I see you almost saying like, if you're going to make me feel like you have to pick me, if you're going to make me feel like I have to explain why I'm necessary, I don't want to be here. right? Like it's a lot of that energy that says like if you think, if you think that I'm too high value, go find less. Because I just see like I see like again this space of saying like I see you being like I'm not I'm not going into that space. I hear you saying like it's like I see you saying like um you know I don't know why this is coming through, but I keep on hearing um like it's weird because I keep on hearing ain't too proud to beg the song, but it's actually saying to me, you're like, go find like I almost hear you saying to someone, go find someone who isn't too proud to beg. Because I'm not doing that. You got the wrong person. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like that is like that's the thing. Like I see you almost saying like I'm not gonna be grateful. I'm not gonna be grateful for something that should just be like I'm not gonna be grateful for something that just should just be the standard. Like I'm not gonna, you can't. I keep on hearing you saying, working through something and saying, you can't take something away from me and then be congratulated for giving it back. You know, like it's a lot of that. Thank you so much, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got room for one more person on the list for today. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Big Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. All right. You're so welcome, Kay. Thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Yes, I have come to some realizations. I can see it. Oh man, I don't feel this entirely, but it's starting. No, I see it. Like I can see even now. Like that's the thing about it. Like they're saying to me, like the lamp. I keep on hearing like the lamp is lit. You know what I mean? Like the lamp is lit. They're like, yeah, it's coming. It's coming online. You know what I mean? Can I feel this way doubly about? Yeah, they're saying to me it's happening across multiple vectors right now. Yeah, I feel this doubly. Yeah, resonates so much. Thank you as well, Ava. I feel like that's a line from a Dove Cameron song. If you say I'm too much, baby, go find less. Tap to claim. Yep. Hi, I have a specific question. Oh, okay. Okay, absolutely. Just bear with me a moment, Melly. Thank you for telling me where I can find the question. Let me just pull it up. Just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got one more spot available today. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. All right. I've got you, Melly. Ooh, dream reading. Mel, are you comfortable with me reading it out loud to the, or do you prefer me to keep it to not? Hi there, Amber. Good to see you. Mom, if you'd like to get on the list, these are donation-based readings. We've got room for one more person on the list for today if you'd like to send the donation. All right. All right. Thank you for letting me know you're comfortable, dear. Morning. All right. Okay, so we're doing a dream right now for Melly. I had a dream that an old friend, boyfriend, oh, okay, I had a dream that an old friend's boyfriend unalived her. And I woke up to seeing, wait, you woke up? Um, so wait, did they pass? I just want to confirm this. Oh my gosh. Oh, so in the dream. Okay, in the dream. Oh, so you woke in the dream. Okay, thank you for confirming. All right. Um, okay, so okay, so it sounds to me like we're doing two different readings. I'm doing three cards around the dream and then one card around the situation, correct? Oh, it was a dream and another dream. Wow. Oh God, those are wild. Okay, so it was a it was like a perpetual. All right, got it. She was in a domestic violence situation with her BF and the boyfriend in the past. But why am I having this dream? May I have one card pull on if my okay, got it. Can I get three cards, please, in relationality to the dream? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. Thank you. And then one. Okay. I think that there's something really important um, that's coming through. I mean, it does feel like a karmic dream. It does feel like a karmic dream. Um, and I would be very curious to know where you left things as it relates to some kind of uncomfortable conversation that you may have had with them about some kind of circumstance or situation. Um, and here's the thing about it is I would be very interested in understanding if there was friction, um, if there was friction in some kind of conversation that you had with her in relationality to how she was like how she chose to navigate a circumstance or situation. Um, because here's the thing. It's interesting because and this is what's really important about and I need to stress this right now because it's a it's a dual layered dream. Um, the first dream is the karmic dream. Okay, the first level of the dream is the karmic level of the dream. The second level of the dream is the guide dream. Okay, the second level of the dream is the guide dream because I see that there was something about that situation that led to an irrevocable friction point between you and that energy, right? Like it's giving me a lot of this force of something that reached a head culmination point and saying, I can't watch you put yourself through this. I can't stay in connection with you knowing that this is happening because anything that I can't stand by is what I keep on hearing. I can see some kind of like vibration and it feels like there was a segmentation moment, right? And I can see the fact that like it's like I can almost see someone who pulled away from something and then went back to something and I can see the fact I can almost see you saying like, well, how could you do that? Right? And then being like, it's okay. And you being like, it's not, I can't. Like I see you walking away, but I want to stress this to you. Like, this is why it's coming through as a karmic dream. Because the moment, like they're showing me the karmic moment where that happened, right? And I can see the fact that you've been carrying some form of guilt around it, right? The second waking is the guide. The second waking is the guide dream because the guide dream is saying, imagine how you would have felt, right? The second reading is the guide. The second layer is the guide dream because the guide's saying, I want you to imagine how you would feel had you stuck around in that connection and this was the ultimate outcome. I want you to imagine how you would feel had you just stood by and let it happen, right? Like that is effectively like the guide is effectively showing you this perspective to help you release any of that karmic guilt that you felt about the fact that you had to make a hard decision, right? Because again, they're saying, and this is why, because they're saying to me that it's unpacking something about that situation, which is again, there was some, I keep on hearing you saying to her in some way, shape, or form, even if you didn't tangibly say it, I cannot stand by, like, and watch this happen, right? I can hear you saying to her, like, that was the cutting of the cord between you and them. I cannot stand by and watch this happen, right? And that's why the guide was showing you that moment, because they're saying, like, the reason that you did that was not because you're angry at someone, it's because you really cared, right? It was because you were feeling that weight. And they're saying that, like, something about the guide showing you, like, that higher fear, showing you, like, what the worst outcome was to kind of build that and the fact that you woke up and said, oh no, it's exactly as I feared, was to help you remind yourself that, like, you walking away and saying, I can't stand by and watch you do this, was you trying to prevent that from happening, right? Because you, like, what, like, the guides are basically saying, what else can you do? Right? You cannot force someone, you cannot force someone to choose something that is best for them, if they're saying, if they're walking right into something, so I'm seeing even now that there was something about that, like, you basically, I feel like, again, it's almost like they're saying to me, and they're actually, the guides are actually saying this with, like, a lot of compassion. You held the relationship hostage in order to try to save someone, right? You took the relationship that you had with another and said, I care about you, but I cannot stay. Like, if it, like, I cannot stay here, because if I stay here, it's like I'm allowing it to happen, right? So they're actually saying that while that may have been a hard choice, the guy's actually showing it to you to say it was the only thing you could do, not because you didn't care about them, but it was the only way you felt like you could try to get through to them, right? It was the only way, like, to remove your energy and feel like you were trying to make them choose in some way, right? It was the only thing you could do to try to potentially avoid what you felt was an inevitable long-term outcome. Um, as it relates to the outside situation, um, I don't feel like it's coming to an end soon. It feels like it's going on a little bit, you know? Like, it's not immediate. I feel like there's at least, like, I keep on seeing, like, another 3 months there or so. But they're seeing even now, it's like it's not immediate but inevitable, so start making those plans. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Um, yeah, yeah, like, here's the thing, you know, I keep on hearing a lot of the work, like, it's having to, I keep on hearing the hard work of an impossible decision, right? Like, the guides were trying to show you the hard work of an impossible decision. Like, I keep on hearing, it makes you feel like you want to tear your hair out, because it's like, there's no, like, sometimes we're confronted with things where it's like there's nothing, like, it feels like there's nothing that we can do, right? It feels like I keep on hearing, like, I keep on seeing, like, the ultimate fear you had was being like being a bystander to another person's choice to put themselves in a dangerous situation, right? And so they're saying even now that there's something about that, that is coming through to let you know that, like, the guides don't hold that against you. They understand, like, they understand, like, they're saying they understand the impossible, like, the impossibility, like, they understand the, um, they understand the devastation of having to make an impossible choice. I keep on hand saying they understand the devastation of having to make an impossible choice. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melanie. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And you know, and like and here's the thing about it too. Like there's something about the way you felt that they were saying they wanted to inform you upon, right? They were actually like, I feel like they were showing that to you to a certain extent to say, how did you, like, they're saying introspect on how you felt in that moment, right? They're saying introspect on whether you felt like if you felt that moment of grief or if you felt like there was something else that you could have done, right? Because they're saying even now that something about how you felt when you woke up to that, something about how, like, what that put you through is going to help you identify like the direction in terms of like what you want to do going forward, right? If there's something that has occurred that has changed your opinion, or like they're saying even now, like they're saying make sure that you introspect on the nature of what you felt when you woke up in that dream to help you better understand if there's something else you feel like you could be doing now to further alleviate that anxiety point, right? In like a positive like consensual way, as it were. Okay, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melly. And if this message connected to you as well, and it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them, we are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. We are going to get started on one card readings for subscribers right now, but I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. I love whenever I do dream interpretations, everyone puts gifts of popcorn. I know. It's great. Okay. I mean, that was an intense dream. Okay. Yeah, that's a crazy dream because it's multi-layered. So they're saying the first one was karmic and the first one was karmic and the second one was the guide. Like the guide pulled you out of the karmic dream and then brought you into the guide pulled you out of the karmic dream and brought you into the guided dream to help you identify what you would feel comfortable doing next. Yeah, it was a dream in another dream. Yep, I know. I have some of the craze. It's wild. I'm gonna go dream tonight and bring one tomorrow. But please do. It's one of my favorite things to read for. There's so much to be found in the dream space. Yes, there was friction because I told her to let him go and she chose not to. And that's what I see. It's like the cord that cuts. Oh, she eventually did. You see? Okay, thank you. Okay. Do it. I'm gonna try and lucid dream tonight. Absolutely. You are 10,000% on point about this. Thank you for confirmation, Melly. Thank you for sharing this reading so openly as a DV survivor. Glad you left. As saying, the feeling is very mutual here. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, Melly. It is wild. Per let go of the guilt, girl. Let the guilt rest in peace. Tap to claim. It takes us on average 7 attempts to leave DV relationships. It's like trauma bonds. Exactly. No, it's true, right? Because they often come in that space of not feeling like it's like like if there's only more I can do instead of preserving and taking care of the self, right? The fact, and you cannot listen to others. You have to be ready to leave. Exactly. Tap to claim, Bridget. Thank you, Melly. Unfortunately, more others, and then that's the thing, like that's what's so difficult about it. The more others try to tell us what to do, the more it almost makes us what to stay. Because then often those, like they say, like, look, they're trying to tear us apart, right? Yeah. Yeah, because the conflict and stress of leaving can sometimes be more overwhelming. Exactly. I'm working on it, though I thought I'd let go a while again, but it reappeared. Yeah. It feels to me like it feels like a dream that's helping you release some kind, like any kind of remnant guilt or trauma around a circumstance or situation, right? Like the guides are basically saying, we get it. Just know you do it out of love and you did all you could. You're a wonderful friend. Tap to claim, Amber. Yes, is incredibly, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the feed. I know these are heavy readings. Um, Yes, it's incredibly complicated, especially after being emotionally manipulated. Tap to claim, Rihanna. Also, they have a way of isolating you from friends and family when you're with them. Tap to claim, Bridget. All right. Okay, so we're Chrissy, I see you got on the list here. I'm going to do a few of these one cards, but could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And the list is closed right now, but if you'd like to book a reading with me, you can book a private reading on my site. Update on media on that job for Ruby. I mean, it feels to me like I'm seeing here like they're looking at you with like I see like a lot of consideration right now. Um, Bottom of the deck, you know, there's something there's something about something that I'm identifying here that feels like it feels like there's something about the fact like I feel like there's some kind of expediency here, you know? I'm not sure what's going on as it relates to timing or flexibility. But I also keep on hearing there's something about an expansion point. So I almost feel like you can probably expect. Um, I keep on hearing strong candidate, right? That's all I keep on seeing. So just continue. I keep on seeing. Make sure that you're um, like energetically preparing for something here because I keep on seeing the fact that there's something about this that it might not necessarily be the fact that there might be another offer. Like I see the fact there might be another offer. Like there might be some. I keep on hearing a decision might be made. Need to be made because of timing. All right, Ms. Millie, one card on the connection with that person, please. Um, I feel like again, I keep on seeing someone that's like everything about timing right now. Someone's beating themselves up saying the timing couldn't be worse. Yeah, again, I see someone like, everything I've been looking for, worst possible time. I keep hearing everything I've been looking for, worst possible time. Ava, one card on connection with Romeo, please. All right. Um, I feel like someone is learning, like someone is, I keep on hearing them say, I'm getting stronger every day. I'm getting stronger every day. Bottom of the deck, I feel like they recognize they need to get strong for themselves before they can give it to others, right? I keep on seeing this energy that's just working on some space of like building into some kind of like I keep on hearing like I don't know why I keep on hearing they're counting days, you know, like they're counting days about how long they can be consistent on something. Did you do a card pull on? Yes, I did. So it said to me, I saw the Three of Wands, Melly. So it says it's not something that's happening immediately, but something that's happening like within the next 3 months. So start to make plans. I got you, Pops. Okay, what else can I do to best help myself achieve my current goals? One card, please, for Kay. Um, Stay positive. The best is ahead of you. The best is ahead of you, and you haven't missed anything yet. Yeah, remember, want you to keep on saying the best is ahead of you, not behind you. So be very focused on that, and don't get stressed about missing any kind of opportunities here. Just focus on the present. I don't mind sending more money. No worries, Melly. You don't have to send. No, I kept the card for you. So they said basically it's not happening with the expediency that you expect, but it is happening. Like it is happening within like the span of the next 3 months. So they're saying start to make those plans. Exactly. It's a bit twisted, but once we get out, we can see with clarity what those who love us all. Tap to claim, Amber. Again, Leah, we're having a lot of karmic dreams right now. So often, if someone wants to communicate to you in the dream, in the reality, in like the space of reality, but they're worried about how that'll happen, we often will encounter that, like how that would pan out. We often see them in the dream space. Do you have a set of guides with names that help you, or do some step in from those on your live? That's a good question. So I've got like often when I'm reading for you guys, your guides will step through for me. Um, I like there's not a lot of like my guides like typically don't come in through the space of my readings. I'm usually communicating directly with yours. And that's like it's more so just due to the fact that it's like it's like it's not necessarily, especially when we're doing life path readings. Here's the thing: when you're doing more mediumship work, you sometimes need a guide for crowd control because spirits tend to like really try to jam up. But when I'm reading for you guys, I'm trying to understand the nature of the energy around you. So it's sometimes my guides effectively stay back so that I can see around you clearly, right? I like to say like I work very hard in maintaining neutral territory, if that makes sense. Ella, one card on potential job search. You got it, dear. Torn on starting something new, but also needing it. Got you, dear. One card, please, for Ella. Um, can't I mean, like, here's the thing. It can't hurt to look. You know what I mean? Like look for a little treat. You know what I mean? Like now they're actually saying like now is the best time because it feels like it doesn't feel like you need to. It doesn't feel like you need to. It feels like a luxury, you know? So I keep on hearing can't hurt to look. Yeah, it can't hurt to look. What's the worst that can happen? Like that's the thing about it. Like they're saying, like, think about it like that. Like it's like better, like I keep on seeing better, I keep on hearing better to look for a drink when you're not better to look for a drink when you're not thirsty is what I keep hearing. So they're saying definitely go ahead and proceed in that way. Thank you. One card for Alexandra on them showing up in my dream space. Oh gosh, everybody with the dreams right now. You're so welcome, Ella. Um, I miss you. I guess, I'm like it's get back here. I miss you. Get back here. Like it's a lot of this. Like it literally feels like so I can hear someone screaming, "I miss you." Like it's like very loud. Um, but it's like I hear you like I hear your guide saying the door's open. Like the door's open, buddy. Like that's the thing. I keep on seeing someone be like, this could be a phone call, right? But they know, like it's like they know, like did you notice it was the Seven of Swords? It's like I miss you, but they know the door's open if they want to put in the work. Where are they? Hence the dream space. I have a friend who is a spirit who's in spiritual psychosis. Are in my nightmares of him due to his I am sending you so much support on that, Amber. Yes. 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 Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I think that they're trying to show you like they're trying to show you like they're not like I feel like the dreams are just further indication to help you give you clarity on what they're experiencing. But again, it's not when someone's in that space, they got to pull themselves out, right? Make sure they're not projecting it on you. The best thing you can do is kind of step back. Sending you support on that journey, Amber. Mine's a dream too. I love it. Oh, I thought the one card was at the end of the live. Yeah, we're there right now, Amber. Yep. No worries. All right. And thank you so much, Casey, for the follow. Okay, did you send it? Where did you send it, Pops? Yeah, I think the best you can do is send them love. I keep on hearing again, neutral territory. Don't become a place where they can cast the projections. One card on trip for Grace, please. It feels great. Feels stabilizing. Feels like it's going to help you get a sense of a better sense of something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's going to help you have clarity in terms of like what feels like it's for you versus what feels like I keep on saying like clean slate, understanding what you're building, clarifying, getting clarification on things. Like serious conversations though. Like it feels like there's a lot of it feels like it feels very serious, but like in a good way, you know? Thank God. Leah, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Oh, thank you. Very glad. I'm sending you so much support on that as well, Grace. Exactly. You're not a projection scream. Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, like I said, scream. You're not a projective scream. You're not a projection for them to scream at, right? You just got to say, like, that's not me. It's okay. No, it's all right, dear. Oh, thank you, Pops. All right, let me just confirm. All right. Do I have permission to read the dream, Pops? Learning to observe and not absorb. Tact to claim right now, Bella. Thank you for permission to read the dream. All right, so Pops's dream that we're interpreting right now is last night in my dream, I was in my childhood neighborhood. I found several leather keychains. Chad had carved lines and symbols in every keychain except mine. Oh, wow. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please, for Pop's highest priority messages from Spirit about the meaning of the dream. Here's the thing about it. Every time I read for this energy, I keep on seeing that there's an energy on the other side, and that keeps on finally seeing and recognizing um, that there's nothing more traumatizing than an energy that says to us, you are better off without me, right? Because when someone says to us, you are better off without me, what they're basically saying is, I consider myself a burden. I consider myself a problem. I'm going to go to the places that feel like they're deserving of me. While as you who protect me, you who care about me, I avoid because I tell myself that I'm doing it to protect you, right? I can see the fact that this is an energy, and again, it's not the fact that this person didn't cherish you, but they were in such a space. And this is what's so difficult with healing from trauma. You know, when we are healing from trauma to such an extent, I can almost see the fact that someone, I just see someone that deeply felt to their core that avoiding you in some way, shape, or form was the best way that they could love you, right? Like they didn't want to hurt you. Failing to and again, I can see them saying I can see them say I can see that clearly now. I can see what a mistake that was because I let in the process of thinking less about myself, I let all the wrong energy near me, right? That's the thing about it. I can see them saying in the process of thinking less about myself, I let the wrong energy near me. And that's what I keep on seeing with the description of the leather keychains, because it's saying to me to a certain extent that you know the mark of those keychains was him saying that he was allowing all this other energy into his life, right? But the one that was most precious to him was the one that was unblemished, right? Because it was the one that, and again, I can see them going to others and being like, "Who's that?" And then being like, "That's nobody. No, don't worry about them. They're nobody," right? I can see that it's creating the flip of someone who cared about you deeply and for some reason did not trust the energy around them, so they went to grand effect of trying to convince others that you meant nothing to them because you were the most precious thing, right? They're saying recognize the difference. The energy that was most cherished is not the one that they when someone doesn't hold themselves in high esteem, You know, it's the energy that was unblemished, that was sacred. So that's why they're saying, like, the reason I didn't let you close to me is because you were the sacred key, right? Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah. And I keep on hearing them say, I let the wrong energy in. I should have been doing the opposite. I recognize, I can see them saying, I can see it now. It's all clear to me now. They're going, it's all clear to me now. Like they're going, it's all clear to me now. Right. But I feel like there's something about that. Like there's something about the representation of that they were trying to help you see. Like I need to stress this. It's like if someone was trying to find them, right? If I was trying to find where that energy was, what would I look for? I would reach for the keys that they had put the met like that they I would look for the keys that they put the messages on. I wouldn't know where to go on the one they didn't touch. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pops. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Yeah. We have reached the conclusion of our readings today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. I am going to be offline for a few days. I will be returning back on Monday. I may try to pop in if I have time. But if you'd like to be notified as to when I'll be live, you can head over to my profile. There's a little bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event. I'll also be posting my schedule over on Substack and on the place where we keep the videos. If you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Substack and over on my Spotify. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pops. It was a very beautiful message to be able to communicate. I want to thank you guys. I hope you guys get to see the eclipse as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. For those who became subscribers today, welcome. Feel free to head over to, also for those who are Discord subscribers, if there's readings that you would like while I'm offline, I'm going to start doing recorded readings as well. So I should be posting that over on the Discord this week as well. If you just joined the Discord, if you just became a subscriber, I want to thank you. Please be sure to head over to the Discord and introduce yourself. Also, make sure that if you'd like to join our class next week, head over to the perk section in the Discord channel. You'll find a special coupon code there. Will give you an additional discount to that Substack subscription. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for being here and spending your afternoon with us. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my moderators. Thank you, Kay Megan, for all of your help today. And good to see you today, Ruby. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again on Monday. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Take care.